afraid. Emotions getting in your way. Afraid. But why you let me fall in love if you're afraid to commit? And don't call me in the middle of the night and say that you're not able to be loved. That's not right. No, I don't wanna be that one. Still a million miles from you. So I'm gonna let you go. Oh boy, if you only knew. Not a day goes by without you on my mind. You couldn't go on together. You said nothing lasts forever. Though you can't deny, hold it all inside. No, you can trust me, just close your eyes, knowing that I'm around. I'll be around, yeah. You're not scared of love, just scared of love. Alright, alright, enough. Just tell me if you want my love or not, or not. 'Cause I don't wanna be that one. Still a million miles from you, yeah. So I'm gonna let you go. Oh boy, if you only knew. Not a day goes by without you on my mind. You couldn't go on together. You said nothing lasts forever. Though you can't deny, hold it all inside. No, you can trust me, just close your eyes, knowing that I'm around. I don't wanna be that one. No, still a million miles from you. So I'm gonna let you go. You go. Oh boy, if you only knew. Not a day goes by without you on my mind. You couldn't go on together. You said nothing lasts forever. Though you can't deny, hold it all inside. No, you can trust me, just close your eyes, knowing that I'm
Tell him I need my money right now. Probably the juice they stole out my crown. Sorry to tell you, I know my value. I'm gonna recoup it, but don't waste my energy, my energy. I don't got much, don't be wasting all my energy. I keep it tight, don't let nobody get close to me. My heart is right, don't question my integrity. No, I thought we would be just fine, and I thought your heart was like mine. But let me find out, you've been going around throwing shots, running plots. Come on, man, tryna block my blessings, but no need for comparisons. What's from me won't be from me. Yeah, I'ma go through just to grow through. But pay me what you owe me for, I make what you've been saying about me true, true. Tell them I need my money right now. Probably the juice they stole out my crown. Sorry to tell you, I know my value. I'm gonna recoup it. Don't waste my loyalty, my loyalty. I let you in back then because I couldn't see, but now it's clear you ain't ever been true to me. My intuition ain't ever lied, I had to leave. Handle your business, do what you think you need to do to get your revenge. But you won't break me, God, that's my witness. Past the point of no return, I'm on a mission. Tryna block my blessings, but no need for comparisons. What's from me won't be from me. Yeah, I'ma go through just to grow through. But pay me what you owe me for, I make what you've been saying about me true. True. Tell them I need my money right now. Rob me the juice, they stole out my crown. Sorry to tell you, I know my value. I'm gonna recoup it. Don't waste my.
She's putting all of her cards down on the table, knowing there's no way that she'll be able to win this one. But she's somebody else in the making. First, she just gotta stop all the faking, and she'll be there. But she's wondering if it's gonna feel like she's forever. Wondering if it's gonna feel like she's whenever she leaves her safe space. She leaves her safe space. Wondering if it is forever, or is there some place that will make her feel better? Make her feel better. Then that's where she'll go. That's where she'll go. Somebody said, don't be afraid of loving yourself, 'cause that is all you got in the end. You got in the end. But she's wondering if it's gonna feel like she's forever. Wondering if it's gonna feel like she's whenever she leaves her safe space. She leaves her safe space. Wondering if it is forever, or is there some place that will make her feel better? Make her feel better. Then that's where she'll go. That's where she'll go. Talking to myself 'cause I don't know what I want. Yeah, I'm here talking to myself like someone's gonna respond. I'm getting tired of myself 'cause I don't know what I want. But I'm not out here on my own. Wondering if it is forever, or is there some place that'll make her feel better? Make her feel better. And that's where she'll go. That's where she'll go. That's where she'll go. That's where she'll go. Yeah, that's where she'll go. That's where she'll go. Talking to myself 'cause I don't know what I want. Yeah, I'm here talking to myself like someone's gonna respond. I'm getting tired of myself 'cause I don't know what I want. But I'm not out here on my own.
Yeah. I want a house in the hills I pay big bills for. I ain't got in pocket. I wanna empty out my wallet. I wanna stop motion, stand still. Wallace and Gromit. I wanna talk more endlessly. I wanna neurotically vomit. I want more dollars from my mama. I want a palace and Prada. I want a Gucci bag where I can store my sorrows and hardships. I wanna gold plate my partners. I want endless tomorrows. I want a lot more than I got right now. That's the problem. You could give me every little thing I'd ever want, but I'd never have enough till the day I had it all. Yeah, you can give me every little thing I ever want, but I'd never have enough till the day I had it all.
Oh, I see what you want, baby, but it might be just a little more than I can give you.
Second thought, I want $1 for everyone, not just my mama. I want to hit the ball out on random pedestrians. I want my questions to be answered till my brain bored and questionless. I want more self-assurance. I don't ever want to second guess. I want so shut the fuck up. Less heat trying to tell me yes again. I want so many best friends that I can't tell what friendship is. I want the diamonds, gold, and glitter. I want fast cars I'll never whip. I want it all till I'm empty in my castle of everything.
Oh, I see what you want, baby, but it might be just a little more than I can give you.
I want a cushy job that pay big bills and cheap thrills. Wanna mob out with my homies like Timmy, Tommy, and Dill. I'm not trying to be famous, okay, maybe a lil. Since I'm a rapper, I should buy me some grills and gold frills that I can sleep on while I contemplate pills and peep on, hold still. Might sedate you, just a fire at will. I got an appetite for hardship, big fish meets krill. Don't sleep, don't spill, I ain't got my fill. I want the beauty queen to make me show my pearly whites. The type of movie scene that make you count your blessings twice. It's not the only thing that's on my list, I checked it twice and sent it off to Santa's elves like I've been playing nice. I see what you want. Oh, I see what you want. Oh, I see what you want. But it might be a little more than I
Give you.
You broke my heart 1,000,000 times. Can't count the times I made you cry. Oh, we're such a mess now, and we're burning out. I get so sad at the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. I can't bear the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. You're still perfect as the day goes by. Even the worst ones hate, they make me smile. I stop the world if it would give us time, yeah, to work things out, to work things out, to work things out, to work things out, yeah, yeah, to work things out, to work things out. To work things out, to work things out. Can we be honest? You're my comfort zone. Whatever I say, don't let me go. I know you're angry, babe, and I am cold. I get so sad at the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. I can't bear the thought of losing you. I'm losing you. You're still perfect as the day goes by. Even the worst ones hate, they make me smile. I stop the world if it would give us time, yeah, to work things out, to work things out. To work things out, to work things out, yeah, yeah, to work things out, to work things out. Yeah, to work things out, to work things out, to work things out.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. All right. Cameras up. And then I got the music muted. What's happening, everybody? Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Welcome to another chapter of Rich People Read, where we read a book a month to instruct you in the ways of the successful through the power of reading. Is everybody hitting salute? Is everybody typing salute? I see you. I see you, Cam Rob. He's in the system. Let me see who else is in here. Dre is in there. Lakeisia, Steven, Christian, Bridging the Gap. My man, RG Purdue. Cam Rob is in there. Everybody hit the salute button. Type salute. Hit salute and type salute. You got to type salute because I want you guys to be part of the giveaway at the end of the show. I want you to be part of the giveaway at the end of the show. My family is blowing me up on the text messages. Let me, let's mute. I got to mute my family. We got a group text message. How do I do that? Hide the alerts. There we go. Did you guys get a chance to watch the movie with us? About 10 of us, between 8 and 10 of us was watching the movie, and we had a troll. We had somebody come up in there and scribble all over the screen with the annotations. So I got to fix that. But it worked out, right? It worked out. I did not know that it would work out so smoothly. There was no test done. I didn't know how it was going to work. It was like, yo, I found a YouTube video that explained this is all you got to do. I was just like, all right, I'm going to trust God. Make sure it all works out. I went and upgraded my Zoom account to a pro account, paid for the year because it's cheaper per month. It's only like $150 for the year. It's like, man, just buy the whole year. So I got the pro account for the whole year because you get to stream more than 40 minutes. You know, our movies go for an hour and a half. So I got that. I was worried about the video quality. Was it going to be choppy? Was it going to be clean? Was it going to be clear? See, I might do workouts as well. So for those that know me personally, they know that I heavily endorse insanity. I heavily endorse the insanity workout. I might, now that I know that works like that, because see, before during the pandemic, I used to do workouts for people. I used to help people out. I'm not a trainer. I'm a motivator, as I call myself. I'm not a trainer. And during the pandemic last year, I used to do Zoom workouts, but I would show me doing the workout. Right? I never thought to run the video through Zoom because I didn't think it was going to work. Did a test and it was really bad. And so I was like, oh, this doesn't work. This is no good. It's not going to work. But apparently the software has gotten better because we watched the movie in high definition. This morning. And it was smooth video coming across to you guys' smartphones or whatever you watched it on. It was smooth video. And so I'm really excited about that. That like opens up the opportunities. One, it allows me to add a new perk to the membership section. So first, let's get through the red tape. First, is everybody subscribed to the channel? Second, there's only 7 thumbs up. There's only 7 thumbs up on the video. What's up, you guys? Go ahead, hit the thumbs up on the video, please. Let's get some thumbs up on the video. On this video, let's hit some thumbs. There you go. I see it. Now it's at 8. You guys know better than that. I need YouTube. Remember, the thumbs up is not saying, oh, Shan, this is a great video. The purpose of us doing is letting YouTube algorithm know, yo, there's something live right now and people actually like watching it. Yeah, now we're at 10. Thank you guys. You got unlimited thumbs up. You got unlimited thumbs up. Throw your boy a couple of them, man. It hurts nothing. It costs nothing. It takes nothing away. It doesn't change your profile. It doesn't modify your YouTube account. It just says, yo, man, here, let me throw that to my boy. Let me put that on it right quick to make the video a little bit more popular. Thank you. You guys took us from 7 to 12. We're going to get it even higher than that. Make sure you guys are always promoting the thumbs up. Thumbs up are really important. I also want you guys to subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel and Join the SR Army. Now, what's going to happen is for the members, and I want to say starting next week. It's not like, we're going to start this at the new year. No, fuck that. I want to say starting next week. For all members at all levels, that we'll be doing a movie week, a movie a week. We're going to do a watch party every week where I'm going to fire up a movie at the same time, same place. It's like going to the movies. And mind you, here's the deal. I'm going to get the good shit. We're going to watch the good movies. We're not going to watch the bullshit. We're going to watch some good movies. Stuff that we got to, not the free stuff that everybody can see. It's going to be the stuff that I'm going to pay for these movies. I'm going to buy these movies and we're going to watch stuff that you otherwise would have to pay for. Right. And so we're going to add that as a perk because the video worked out fine. In addition to that, I'm thinking about bringing the workouts back and making that part of something, not just for the members, but for everybody. The workout videos, the workout series. There's going to be probably a workout series that I'm going to do. Now, normally I do my workout. I do my fitness, my at least my insanity. I do that at the gym, but maybe I'll do it here at the house. Set up a system where you guys can see me doing the actual workout and you can watch the video so you could do the workout at home. Would you like that? Now, here's the reality. Insanity is my favorite workout video because every time I do that, I burn at minimum 15 pounds. Minimum 15 pounds. If you've never done Insanity, you could probably lose 20 to 30 pounds in the first time. Let me be conservative. Let's say 20 pounds. If you are 160 pounds right now and you want to be 140, if you did Insanity with your boy and you did it every day and didn't miss, you will be thanking me. You will be thanking your boy. You will be like, dude, that's the motivation I needed. That's the motivation I needed. So you got two train of thoughts here. Some people say you should find the motivation within yourself to work out and do right and eat right. And then other people say, no, we're colonial people. Sometimes it's groupthink. It requires partners to help motivate you. I'm of the mind of the groupthink. Don't get me wrong. I believe that it's important for you to be able to motivate yourself and get you back on track all by yourself and be all gung-ho all alone. That would be great, but that's not the reality, and that's not humans. That's not how we operate. At least that's not how we operate here in America. I know what would be ideal, but I'm also living in reality, and I like to operate within the reality realm. And in reality, is sometimes you just need an accountability partner. You need somebody that can help you and say, okay, if you do it, I'll do it. If you do it, I'll do it. So would you guys like that? Would you like me to add on this channel a fitness? Because listen, everything that I do, I don't mind doing with friends. Why not? Would you guys mind if I added a fitness section? And not just a fitness section. I'm talking about workouts, specific workouts that are generally, 30 to 50 minutes long. And you sit up there and you fire up your iPad, or maybe you have YouTube on your computer. Maybe you have a smart TV and you could watch YouTube on your TV. You fire up your TV. You do not have to go to the gym per se, but you could. If you got a smartphone, you could take your iPhone to the gym and set up the phone and watch it and do it at the gym. You could do it in your front yard. You could do it if you have grass, you can go outside and do it in your backyard out in the sun. Would you guys like to do a workout with your boy? And we did this. Now, mind you, I work out every day. I work out every day. So there's no fucking days off. There's no days off, ladies and gentlemen. So that way you're gonna have to do the jumping jacks. You're gonna have to do the flutter kicks. You're going to have to do your burpees with your boy every day. But you're gonna love those thighs, ladies. Fellas, you're gonna love those pecs. You're gonna love those arms. You're gonna love those quads when you're done. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? And you're motivated to be here. In fact, I would almost be looking for you every morning. I'm gonna find out who's involved, who's watching, and I'm gonna be looking for you. Hey man, are you here? Hey, Cam, are you here? Miss Parker, are you here? We waiting on Miss Parker, you guys. She's supposed to be here. You know, where's my guy Christian Alexander? Christian, where you at, bro? You need to, Sherry, where you at? Hold on, you guys. Let's give Sherry about 3 more minutes. She's supposed to be here. She started with us, so she has to finish with us. And I'll call your ass. I'll be like, hey, you holding up the group. What's going on? Where you at? Oh, no. Get your internet together. Get your shit together. We waiting on you. You got 3 minutes to get here. I'll do that. I have no problem doing it. And you can watch the videos. You could be like, okay, cool. So you set the camera up. You put on your favorite sports bra, your favorite leggings. Fellas, you put on your muscle shirt or your tank, your shorts. Turn up put your ear pods in so you can hear. You know, I have AirPod Pros. So I like AirPod Pros. They're water resistant. They're good. They stick in my ear. And then we start the video and we do it together. Would you guys like that? If you guys would like that, put a 1 in the chat. Throw your 1s up. And if you're not a member, just type a 1 in the chat. Let me see. How many people we have watching right now? We got 14 people watching. If I get a majority, if I get 15 people, if I get 7 or more people throwing a 1 up, then I'll start that. But if I can't get 7 people, then that means that you guys are not interested in it. It means you guys are not interested. Lakeisha, Miss Parker, that's 2. RG says that's 3. It's 16 people. I need 8 people now. Drea, that's 4. Princessa, that's 5. I need 3 more people. It's 16 people. Christian Alexander, that's 6. I need 2 more people. If you guys, I don't want to waste your time. Snook says, bring back the hiking. I got to tell him about the hiking. Jill says 1. That's 7. I need 1 more. That's not even 50% of the people even want it. Javaro says yes. That's 8. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna do it. All right, I'll do it. That's 8. You guys said do it, so it's done. You guys said do it. Then we'll do it. A to Z Health is here. Hey, good morning. Javaro works out 5 days a week. Exactly. That's what's up. Does my camera look blue? Like the white balance is off. Hold on one second. You know what it is? I think the camera is setting the white balance based on this gray shirt. Oh, see, now there's the colors. That's the colors I'm looking for. You had to get some adjustment. I didn't touch nothing. I just had to walk away and come back. Now the camera's fine. Got me looking like an alien. And Kimberly says when that's 9. Okay, good. And then so as I say, I am not a fitness trainer. I am what I call myself a motivator. When my frat brother, Snook 1911, said, Shan, bring back the hiking 10 years ago, when I first found the Fountain of Youth, when I was 250 pounds and a fat slob, I needed to do something. I started hiking in Temesco Canyon in the Santa Monica Mountains. And I found that it was so helpful for me that I rallied 40 of my friends here in Los Angeles, and it was bi-weekly. Every 2 weeks, we would go hiking. And we got up to 46 of us at one time. It was a long line of us hiking. It was great, man. It was fun. We made new friends. I think some lovers came out of that group. And we burned calories and we got fit. I should do that, Snook. I need to get that, especially with the channel now, Nupe. Now that I got the channel going and we're building new friends and new faces, I should probably start bringing all this stuff back. I'm just getting in my groove, getting in the groove of trying to help people become better versions of themselves. And all the while, making sure that we get some money. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. A to Z Health, she throws up her 1. She says she's another. That's 10 people that says, yo, Shan, you should do the workout videos. That's every day, ladies and gentlemen. That's a daily workout right here on YouTube where you could watch what we're doing. I think I'm gonna make that happen. Princess said that auto white balance to mess you up. Yeah. I got it on auto because while I shoot, sometimes, see, I don't want to do too many camera changes because I shoot in the day and the night. And I don't want to mess with a whole lot of stuff. And generally speaking, my Sony mirrorless cameras, the white balance is okay. I just don't know. That was one of the times that it was odd, but it's good now. The Thinking Man's podcast is here. Great vibes, man. I'm glad to have you here, bro. We watched a movie this morning, ladies and gentlemen, on Zoom. It worked out great. We learned a lot about the fears that are not real. Fears that are not real. We learned about, false evidence appearing real. We watched the movie After Earth with Will Smith and his son Jaden from 2013. It was a good movie. It was a good movie, and it taught us a little bit. Did you know that in the movie they called it the ghosting? No, when you lose fear, when you have no fear, they call that ghosting. That's what the movie said. It was a coincidence that this book, chapter 15, is about losing the fear of losing ghosts. What is it called? Hold on, let me see. Why don't I have my book open? I need to have my book open. I don't even have my book open, you guys. I'm not ready. Get my book going. There we go. How to Outwit the 6 Ghosts of Fear. And it's ironic that when you overcome fear, that's called ghosting. That's what we need to learn. It's you got to master it. It's not something. It's not easy to do. Do you realize? You know, in terms of business, a lot of people who do not start a business, we call that I got so much shit in my head. I be forgetting the terms. Analysis paralysis. I had to dig into my memory. Analysis paralysis. You're thinking so much about what can go wrong with you starting that small business. Look at Jill. Jill has a chocolate boutique. She used to have a store. Now she's getting ready to do her YouTube channel. But a lot of times people are like, man, and I'm not saying this is Jill, but let's use Jill as an example. Jill's like, I want to start my YouTube channel, but am I going to have people that's going to watch my show? Do anybody even care about chocolate? Do I have all the right utensils and the right pots and pans? And do I have the correct lighting in my kitchen? And what kind of camera do I? People just start to analyze the shit out of so many things that they want to do that they end up not doing anything at all. That's fear. You're so worried about something not going right that you don't do anything at all. Analysis paralysis. That's one thing that I've never really been worried about. I'm kind of known for, Shannon just does it. I don't give a fuck how we start. I don't care how it turns out. If it don't turn out right, then cool. Look at what we just did. I was like, yo, let's watch a movie together. I'm gonna figure it out. We gonna do it though. And then I made it happen. I don't really worry about what can go wrong. And if it does go wrong, then oh well, we'll either overcome it or we'll, go around it. So you have to really learn how to overcome your fears. And that's what we're going to read about in today's chapter. This is a fast chapter, and this is our last chapter. This is a fast chapter, and this is our last chapter. And then after this, I'm going to do another live. We're going to do the recap on this, and I'm going to introduce you guys to what we're reading on Monday. It's a whole new read on Monday. I'm going to tell you, I haven't told anybody. Nobody knows what we're reading next Monday, starting next week. I haven't told anybody. Nobody on the planet knows. Nobody besides Shannon and God knows what we're reading next week. But I'm going to tell you guys today. I'm going to go live again. I'm going to introduce the next one. Oh, snap. Guess who's here? Guess who's here? My amazing friend, the real Dana. Soldiers. She became a member of our army. Hoo-ah! She became a member of our army. Ladies and gentlemen, soldiers especially, please throw a salute.
Yes, ma'am.
To the real Dana.
Yes, ma'am.
To the real Dana.
Yes, ma'am.
Shout out to the real Dana for becoming a member of the SR Army. Soldiers, throw her a salute. Excited to have you here, Dana. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Dana, for joining. That's right. Hit her with a salute. She got her rank today, you guys. She got pinned. She got pinned her private rank. Thank you so much, Dana. I appreciate you. And just in time, Dana, because we're going to be watching. Okay, so let me tell you guys a little bit about Dana. Dana is a personal and close friend of Judge Joe Brown. You guys know who Judge Joe Brown is. The millionaire judge with the show that ran for I don't know how many seasons. Judge Joe Brown is Dana's personal friend and what looks to be partner in some of the podcasts that Dana does at her channel, Dana with the Data. Please go find Dana's channel, follow her. She has, when I met her a couple months ago, she was at like 23,000 followers. She probably at like 28,000 followers now. She might be touching 30. And the reason why she's so successful over there at her channel, 30,000 followers or 25,000 followers. Dana's at probably 28,000 followers. Why on her? You know how, first of all, you know how amazing that is? You know how difficult it is to get that many followers? You have to have good content and good things to show. YouTube don't play. You YouTube viewers, you subscribers, y'all don't play around. Y'all unfollow motherfuckers that you don't find value in. There's over 20,000 people that find value with Dana's channel. I want you guys to go follow her. She talks about wonderful topics that people need to talk about. She gets into politics. She gets into finances. She touches on relationships here and there, but she talks about the stuff that actually really, really matter to make you navigate as a better person through this world. Please go follow Dana. Please subscribe to Dana's channel. She comes over here, she keeps it spicy, then she goes back and she does her thing. She supports me, you guys, and now she just joined the membership. She's giving me super chats. Shout out to Dana. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining. Hey, Marvelette. Marvy's here. She says she wants that consultation. I'm gonna help Dana. Dana has some technical things that we're gonna work out. We're gonna get her channel. She wants to do some things to make her channel look a certain way. I'm gonna help her out with that. Shout out to you, Dana. Yes, you know I got you. You know I got you covered. Marvy is here. Marvy, you missed the movie this morning. We watched the movie, you guys. And I was telling Dana she joined the membership just in time because we are going to stream movies weekly on this channel. Not only are we a book club, we are a movie club now, like ladies and gentlemen. We're a movie club. We are a book club and a movie club, and we talk about entrepreneurship and relationship over at Shannon Rawls. Please share this channel. Tell everybody about it. I'm growing. This is new to me. I've only been here for 2.5 months. I'm a newbie. I'm a baby. I've been on YouTube for over a decade, but the channel has only been, I only really kind of started providing content over here for the last, not even a quarter of a year. But you know what? The momentum is going. I'm excited. I love talking, as you can see. I just won't shut up, as you can see. And so we're going to grow this channel. We're going to make it really a great place for you guys to come. When you guys give super chats, when you guys join the membership, I'm going to make sure that you get a return on your investment. You're going to get a return on your investment. Thank you so much, everybody. Listen, we are reading chapter 15 today, How to Outwit the 6 Ghosts of Fear. Please get your books out. Get your books out. Have your highlighter and your pen ready so you can highlight and underscore the parts that are important to you. If you're reading on your iPhone or on your iPad or on your Android device, get it out. Swipe to chapter 15. You know this book is free if you want it just on a digital copy. Ace Senior, we just call him Ace over here. Ace bought like 6 or 7 books, physical books, and had them mailed to people's houses when we first started this show. Ace said, listen, Shan, I am the official sponsor of people who want a physical book. All they got to do is email me. When we first started this book, and my book is over in the other room. I don't want to go get it. Ace was like, Shan, I got everybody on who wants a book. People hit up Ace And Ace he went to Amazon, I think. I don't know where he bought them, Barnes and Noble. He went and got people physical copies and mailed them to their house. I hope you guys are doing him a favor. Do not make his money go in vain. Don't just get that book and sit it on the shelf. Don't you dare do that to some. That's not how you do blessings, ladies and gentlemen. That's not how we treat blessings. Read that book. You should be reading it anyway. But if you didn't read along with us consistently, read that book. Do Ace a favor. He bought you a book. He invested in your Ace invested in your success. Give him a return on his investment. So we're reading Think and Grow Rich. Today is our last chapter, the chapter 15 on how to outwit the 6 ghosts of fear. This book is a book that teaches you how to get the bag. This book has made more millionaires than any other book that I can think of. It has not been, that statement has not yet been challenged. And every millionaire has a copy in their library, in their house, in their estate or their mansion. Everybody that's worth anything has a copy of Think and Grow Rich, a physical copy of that book in their library. If you don't have a physical copy, go get it. Now, here's the thing. You can get a free digital copy. If you go to the Books app on your iPhone, every iPhone has Books app. Every iPad has the Books app. It comes built into your phone. If you go to the bookstore, you can go get Think and Grow Rich for free. You can get a digital copy of Think and Grow Rich for free. There's about 2 or 3 of them in there. It is $0. It's not even 50 cents. It's free. You can add it to your book collection on your iPhone and you will have a full copy of this book. You have no excuse to not have a copy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to read. I appreciate you guys for being here. I'm looking at the chat. I never pay attention to the chat. I like looking at the camera when I talk to you. I got to figure that out so I could see the chat and then know and then also be able to look at you guys. I don't like talking like this. This is not a very immersive experience, but I do want to see what you guys are writing. I think this chat thing is really amazing. Anyways, let's get ready to read, you guys. Have your books ready, have your phone ready. And if you don't have a book yet, right? If you don't have a physical copy of the Think and Grow Rich book yet, oh, my mother just texted me. She says, son, I need a physical copy. You got one? I got mine. Yes, Mom, I got my physical copy. My copy was given to me by an employee. Mother, I will have a book sent to you. Mom, I will order a book, a physical copy of Think and Grow Rich. You have a library in your home. My mother has a library in her home. My mother is well-to-do. We'll put it that way. My mom's watching us right now. She's watching the show. She is well-to-do. And she has a library in her home. But she doesn't have a copy of Think and Grow Rich. Mother, you will have a copy. I will order you one today. If I don't get it today, I'll order you one. Just remind, Mom, my brain gets frazzled. Mom, you got a copy coming. Don't worry about it. A physical copy of the book. You got it. You got it. Don't sass your mom. I know that's right, Nupe. I know that's right. Respect your mother. And that's what I teach my sons, to respect their mother and respect their grandmas. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get ready to read. Let's knock out this last chapter. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to do another video that's going to recap this chapter so we'll know exactly what we're supposed to do, because there's things that we're supposed to do. And then we're going to talk about what we're reading next week. If you're interested in the advancement of the American Negro race, you're going to love what we're going to read next week. It's a fast read. We're going to finish it before the new year. What we start reading on Monday will be finished before New Year's. And on New Year's, it's going to be a whole nother book. We're not stopping, ladies and gentlemen. We're not stopping, but you're going to love what we're reading next week. You've heard about it, but I guarantee most of you haven't read it. All right. What does Dana say? I said, you need to put a monitor next to the camera so you look at the chat at the camera. I got that at my studio. I know what you're talking. So I have 3 podcast studios. I got a podcast studio at my office downtown. I have a podcast studio in my bungalow in my backyard. And then I have this section, but I like doing podcasts here. I don't want to drive sometimes downtown to do all these shows, and I don't want to go into my setup in the back. So I'll be right here. Both of those setups have a 32-inch high definition monitor right next to the camera where I could just be like looking at it. I could just look at the camera and then I could look at the camera and then look at the screen and watch, and then have it blown up so big that it's big letters going across. I could see the chats. Why I don't have that here? Probably because I don't want to have a monitor in here, but I need to go ahead and get one. You're correct, Dana. I need to go ahead and set one up here, or just grab one from my other studio since I'm hardly ever use that place, and have it here so I can see everything. Exactly. Shout out to Sir Shy 87. Listen, Sir Shy, thank you once again for your continued support of the channel. Thank you once again for your continued support of the channel. Sir Shy is now the channel sponsor. I mean, the stream sponsor. Let me put him up on the screen. Thank you for that $5 you have invested into this channel with your money where you didn't have to. What does he say? He says, happy holidays, Shannon. Salute to the real Dana, and I appreciate all the hard work you do. Everyone have a great weekend. I like that studio also. What studio? Oh, you seen my studio? You probably seen some old videos of mine or something from my fashion studio. Is that what you're talking about? Probably that's what he's talking about. I'm not sure. It's a delay. We have like a 10-second delay here. Everybody throw your, I see everybody doing what?
Being number one isn't easy.
Throw your ones up to Sir Shy. Thank you guys. I'm looking at the chat. I'm watching everybody throw their ones up, and I'm like, why are they doing that?
Being number one isn't easy.
When we get super chats over here, you guys are reminding me and put me on. You're correcting me.
Being number one isn't easy.
Putting me back on course. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate your support of the channel, Sir Shy. All right, guys. Let's knock out this chapter. If you don't have a book, make sure you turn the volume up. Make sure you have your AirPods in. If you're at work, only have one in so you can listen to work and you can listen to me at the same time. Let's knock out this chapter. We're going to talk about fear. We're going to talk about fear. This is probably one of the main reasons why nobody in here, let me say, I'm not going to say nobody. Most of us in here are not millionaires. The reason why most people are not, it's not because of intelligence. It's not because of education. It's not because it's because you're afraid to do what you need to do. You're afraid. You have let fear set in from taking you to the roads of prosperity. We got to overcome fear. We're going to talk about it right now so we can learn how to overcome it. All right. All right, you guys, let's go. Now, you're not lagging, Sir Shy. It's probably me. We're not lagging. Let's go. Look, Snook is talking about, Shannon, you 7-figure. Yeah, but you live in $1 million house. You got $1 million house. Don't come back. Don't make me put you on blast with your $1.5 million house up in the hills. Come on, sir. Come on, Snook. Don't blast me. I'll blast you back. Don't blast me, Snook. I'll blast you back. My man sitting up in $1 million house talking about, Shan, you 7 figures. You 7 figures. I told you, listen, one of the tenets of being a high value man is that your circle needs to be high value as well, fellas. The people that you surround yourself with, the ones that you associate yourself with, the ones that you can call upon must be high value as well. You can't just have money. You got to have a high value network. Snook is part of my network. Snook is part of my network. He's somebody, he has a service that I can call upon if necessary, that I can't do myself. He does something that I and most people cannot do. That's what's important, you guys. Your circle. Remember your mastermind group. But we're going to talk about that when we get into the recap of this book. So let's get started, you guys. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and get started on reading the book. Let's transition over to our reading screen. Let's transition into our reading screen. And we are on chapter 15, How to Outwit the 6 Ghosts of Fear. Turn your volume up. Let's get started. Take inventory of yourself. How's that? Okay. No, because I can't see my board. There we go. Take inventory of yourself. As you read this closing chapter and find out how many of the ghosts are standing in your way before you can put any portion of this philosophy into successful use, your mind must be prepared to receive it. The preparation is not difficult, ladies and gentlemen. It begins with study, analysis, and understanding of the three enemies which you shall have to clear out. These are indecision, doubt, and fear. You have to clear out three things: indecision, doubt, and fear. The sixth sense will never function while these three negatives or any form of them remain in your mind. The members of this unholy trio are closely related. Where one is found, the other two are close at hand. Indecision is the seedling of fear. Remember this as you read. Indecision crystallizes into doubt. The two blend and become fear. Indecision crystallizes into doubt. When you can't make a decision, it makes you more doubtful. At that point, it turns that shit into fear. The blending process is often slow. This is one reason why these three enemies are so dangerous. They germinate and grow without their presence being observed. The remainder of this chapter describes an end which must be attained before the philosophy as a whole can be put into practical use. It also analyzes a condition which has, but lately, reduced human numbers of people to poverty. And it states a truth which must be understood by all who accumulate riches, whether measured in terms of money or a state of mind of far greater value than money. The purpose of this chapter is to turn the spotlight of attention upon the cause and the cure of the six basic fears. Before we can master an enemy, we must know its name, its habits, and its place of abode. Where is the enemy living? As you read, analyze yourself carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are listening to me, as we read, analyze yourself and be truthful when you sidebar. There's nobody else listening. You don't have to front for yourself. You don't have to lie to yourself. When you analyze yourself and when you think about yourself in your mind, think about the shit that most people complain about. I know you don't believe it when you're talking to them. I know when somebody tells you about yourself that they don't know what the hell they're talking about, even though 10, 15 people a year tell you the same thing for the last 20 years. You don't believe nobody. You think you're the only thing right in a wrong world. I got it. Trust me. I understand. But while you analyze yourself all by yourself, as we read this particular chapter, please be honest. Even if you don't think it's you, pretend it's you just for today. Just embellish yourself. Okay. Keep it 100 with yourself so we can become better versions of ourselves. As you read, analyze yourself carefully and determine which, if any, of these six common fears have attached themselves to you. Do not be deceived by the habits of these subtle enemies. Sometimes they remain hidden in the subconscious mind, where they are difficult to locate and still more difficult to eliminate. The six basic fears. There are six basic fears with some combination of which every human being on the planet suffers at one tune or another. Most people are fortunate if they do not suffer from the entire six. Named in the order of their most common appearance, they are: number one, the fear of poverty, being poor. Number two, the fear of criticism, outside influences. Number three, the fear of ill health, worrying about getting sick, catching a disease. Number four, the fear of loss of love of someone. The fear of loss of love of someone. Number five, fear of old age. Getting that gray. I can't wait for my gray to grow in solid silver. Salt and pepper was cool for 10 years, but I need this to grow in salt. I want to be chocolate skin with solid silver beard. Oh, man. And the last fear is the fear of death. the fear of death. Are you evaluating yourselves and looking at which one of these fears you're most fearful of? Because we got to get over all 6 of them. All other fears are of minor importance. They can be grouped under these 6 headings. The prevalence of these fears as a curse to the world runs in cycles. For almost 6 years, while the depression of the 20s, the 1920s depression, while the depression was on, we floundered in the cycle of fear of poverty. During the World War, we were in the cycle of fear of death. Just following the war, we were in the cycle of fear of ill health, right? The pandemic, as evidenced by the epidemic of disease which spread itself all over the world, right? That was the Spanish flu. Fears are nothing more than states of mind. We watched the movie, ladies and gentlemen, to all my soldiers that watched the movie with us this morning. This is going to hit you even harder than anything. To all the soldiers that tapped in and watched the movie with us, this is going to hit you more than anything. Fears are nothing more than states of mind. One's state of mind is subject to control and direction. Physicians, as everyone knows, are less subject to attack by disease than the ordinary human being, for the reason that physicians do not fear disease. Physicians, doctors, get sick less than most people because doctors understand sickness and they're not afraid of it. Doctors, without fear or hesitation, have been known to physically contact hundreds of people daily, COVID-19, who were suffering from such contagious diseases as smallpox without becoming infected themselves. Corona. Their immunity against the disease consisted largely, if not solely, in their absolute lack of fear that doctors have. Man can't create nothing which he does not first conceive in the form of an impulsive thought. Following this statement comes another of still greater importance, namely, man's thought impulses begin immediately to translate themselves into their physical equivalent, whether those thoughts are voluntary or involuntary. Thought impulses, which are picked up through the ether by mere chance, like thoughts which have been released by like other people's minds, may determine one's financial, business, professional, or social destiny just as surely as do the thought impulses which one creates by intent and design. We are here laying the foundation for the presentation of a fact of great importance to the person who does not understand why some people appear to be lucky. Like you got friends, right? Sidebar. Some of y'all got friends that just seem to always win. Like, goddamn. They just always got something new. They always in love. They always got a boyfriend or a girlfriend. They always got money. They always got a new car. They seem to always pick up a new house. Why are they so fucking lucky? Is what you think. While others of equal or greater ability, training, experience, and brain capacity seem destined to ride with misfortune. Then you got other people, maybe even yourself, who seem to be smarter, more talented, more educated than that person, but somehow shit always doesn't work out for you. Or you know somebody, it doesn't always work out for them. This fact may be explained by the statement that every human being has the ability to completely control his own mind. And with this control, obviously, every person may open his mind to the tramp thought impulses which are being released by other brains, or close the door tightly and admit only thought impulses of his own choice. Nature has endowed human beings with the absolute control over but one thing, and that is thought. This fact, coupled with the additional fact that everything which man creates begins in the form of a thought, leads one very near to the principle by which fear may be mastered. If it is true that all thought has a tendency to clothe itself in its physical equivalent, and this is true beyond any reasonable room of doubt, it is equally true that thought impulses of fear and poverty cannot be translated into terms of courage and financial gain. The people of the United States of America began to think of poverty following the Wall Street crash of 1929. Slowly but surely, that mass thought was crystallized into its physical equivalent, which was known as the Great Depression. This had to happen. It is in the conformity with the laws of nature. The fear of poverty. Let's talk about the first one. There can be no compromise between poverty and riches. They are not homies. Sidebar. Poverty and money are not fucking friends. They're immortal enemies. They are not cousins. They are not homies. They don't talk to each other. They don't kick it with each other. They don't hang out in the same spaces. Poverty and riches have no compromise between each other. The two roads that lead to poverty and riches travel in opposite directions. The two roads that lead to poverty and lead to getting money travel in opposite directions. If you want money, you must refuse to accept any circumstance that leads towards poverty. I repeat that again. If you want to be rich, you must refuse to accept any circumstance that leads towards poverty. The word riches here is used in its broadest sense, meaning financial, spiritual, mental, material estates, shit, living well. When he says riches, he's talking about living well, getting the bag, no fucking late fees, no problem, travel where you want, when you want. You got plenty of money in the bank. You ain't worried about no bills. You know what I mean by getting the bag. The starting point of the path that leads to riches is desire. The starting point of getting wealthy is to have desire. In chapter 1, you received full instruction for the proper use of desire. In this chapter on fear, you have complete instructions for preparing your mind to make practical use of your desire. Here, then, is the place to give yourself a challenge which will definitely determine how much of this philosophy you have absorbed. Here is the point at which you can turn prophet and foretell accurately what the future holds in store for you. If after reading this chapter 15, you are willing to accept poverty, you may as well make up your mind to receive poverty. If after reading this chapter, you accept poverty, then you might as well just be impoverished and then unsubscribe from my channel. This is one decision you cannot avoid, my friends. If you demand riches, if you demand wealth, if you demand living well, determine what form and how much you will be required to satisfy you. How much money do you need? You know the road that leads to riches. You have been given a roadmap, which, if followed, will keep you on that road. If you neglect to make the start or stop before you arrive, you will know no one will be to blame but you. Let me read that again. You have been given a roadmap, which, if followed, will keep you on that road to riches. And if you neglect to make the start or you stop before you get there, there will be no one else to blame but you. This responsibility is yours. We talk about accountability, sidebar. We always talk about accountability in these spaces. We always talk about responsibility and owning up and saying what's wrong and what happened. And so many people don't want to take accountability. Right now, listen, you don't have to. You can also just stay fucking poor. You can also live check to check. You can stay in your little apartment, you know what I'm saying, in your little shitty microwave and your dirty refrigerator and your plain white walls, and drive that basic car with the ball tires and the check engine light on, and you don't know, and you need brakes and shit. You can live like that for the rest of your life, or you can start accepting responsibility for the mistakes you've made and go full circle and turn that shit around. The responsibility is yours. No alibi will save you from accepting the responsibility if you now fail or refuse to demand riches of life, because the acceptance calls for but one thing, incidentally, the only thing that you can control, and that is a state of mind. We like to call it today mentality. Your mentality is solely yours and you can control it. A state of mind is something that one assumes it cannot be purchased, it cannot be created. The fear of poverty is a mentality, nothing else. But it is sufficient to destroy one's chances of achievement in any undertaking, a truth which became painfully evident during the Great Depression. This fear paralyzes. Remember, I talked about analysis paralysis. This fear paralyzes the faculty of reason, destroys the faculty of imagination. It kills off self-reliance. It undermines enthusiasm. It discourages initiative and leads to uncertainty of purpose. It encourages procrastination. It wipes out enthusiasm and makes self-control an impossibility. It takes the charm from one's personality. It destroys the possibility of accurate thinking. Let me read that again. It destroys the possibility for accurate thinking, which is a big problem today. It diverts concentration of effort. It masters persistence. It turns the willpower into nothingness, destroys ambition. It beclouds the memory and invites failure in every conceivable form. Ladies and gentlemen, it kills love and assassinates the finer emotions of the heart. It discourages friendships. Fear invites disaster in 100 forms. It leads to sleeplessness, misery, and unhappiness. And all this, despite the obvious truth that we live in a world of overabundance of everything the heart could desire, with nothing standing between us and our desires, excepting lack of a definite purpose. The fear of poverty, ladies and gentlemen, is without doubt the most destructive of the 6 basic fears. It has been placed at the head of the list because it is the most difficult to master. Considerable courage is required to state the truth about the origin of this fear, and still greater courage to accept the truth after it has been stated. The fear of poverty grew out of man's inherited tendency to prey upon his fellow man economically. Ooh, that's deep. The fear of poverty evolved into man out of his inherent tendency to prey upon his fellow man economically. Nearly all animals on planet Earth, lower than the man, are motivated by instinct. Dogs, cats, birds, lions, bears, dolphins, whales, all operate on instinct. But their capacity to think about what they're doing, like humans do, to think before they act. To think before they, you guys, sidebar, you heard the story of the scorpion and the frog, right? Just real quick, how the scorpion wanted to get across the river and he asked the frog to give him a ride. And the frog was like, no, why would I give you a ride? You're going to sting me. And the scorpion's like, no, man, I'm not going to sting you. Why would I sting you? If you're giving me a ride, then we both going to die. I'm going to drown. You're going to drown. I'm not going to sting you, bruh, but I need to get on that side of the river. Can you help your boy out? Frog's like, all right, well, that makes sense. You're not going to sting me because you're going to kill yourself. Why would you do that? So the scorpion jumps on the back of the frog. They start swimming across the river. And right in the middle, the scorpion stings the frog. As this frog is stung, he looks back at the scorpion and says, why did you sting me, dude? Now we both going to die. And the scorpion looks at the frog and said, what the fuck you think I was going to do, man? I'm a scorpion. What'd you expect from me? I'm a scorpion. I do what scorpions do. I sting shit. So they both died. Every living being under man thinks on instinct, except for man, who has the capability to think, right? Nearly all animals lower than man are motivated by instinct, but their capacity to think is limited. Therefore, they prey upon one another physically. However, man, with his superior sense of intuition, with the capacity to think and reason, does not eat his fellow man bodily. he gets more satisfaction out of eating him financially. We steal people's shit financially for financial gain. Man is so avaricious that every conceivable law that has been passed to safeguard him is from his fellow man. Have you guys watched the movie K-Pax? You know that's going to have to be a movie that we watch in the member section. I'm going to just put that out there now. We're going to have to watch K-Pax because there's a story in that's going to teach people stuff. We're going to watch K-Pax on how Prote said we don't have lawyers on our planet K-Pax. And he was like, why? How do you guys know the right and wrong? He said, doctor, every living being in the universe knows the difference between right and wrong. Here on planet Earth, why do we have lawyers? Why do we have laws? Why do we have court? Why do we go to court? Why is there a judge and a jury and an attorney, a plaintiff and a defendant? It's because man is so avaricious that every conceivable law has been passed to safeguard him from his fellow man. Hold on a second. I hope you guys are paying attention as I read. Of all the ages of the world of which we know anything, the age in which we live seems to be the one that is astounding because of man's money madness. We care about money now. We didn't care about this thousands of years ago the way we do today. A man is considered less than the dust of the earth unless he can display a fat ass bank account. But if he has money, never mind how he got it, never mind how he acquired it, he is a king or a quote unquote big shot. He is above the law. He rules in politics. He dominates in business, and the whole world about him bows in respect when he passes. And it doesn't matter how he got the bag. As long as you got the bag, you the man. God, boy, human beings, right? Nothing brings man so much suffering and humility as poverty. Only those who have experienced poverty understand the full meaning of this. It is no wonder that man fears poverty. Through a long line of inherited experiences, man has learned for sure that some men cannot be trusted where matters of money and earthly possessions are concerned. This is a rather stinging indictment. The worst part of it being that it is still true. The majority of marriages are motivated by the wealth possessed by one or both of the contracting parties. It is no wonder, therefore, that the divorce courts are busy. Ladies and gentlemen, this was written in 1925. This book was released in these words came out to the public in 1938. We just talked about marriage. I just did a podcast called What's Love Got to Do with It? What's love got to do with it? Marriage is a business. We done got so fooled and mixed up on falling in love and being together and they love me and it's all boy, you got it all fucked up. I'm gonna get you back on track because I fell into that trap too. I'm not exempt. I made that mistake. I made the mistake of falling in love for the sake of love and didn't look at the business side of it. This book, released in 1938, said the majority of marriages are motivated by the wealth possessed by one or both of the people getting married. It is no wonder, therefore, that the divorce courts of the 1930s were busy. It got worse today. Now we 60%. Goodness gracious. So eager is man to possess wealth that he will acquire it in whatever manner he can call, through legal methods if possible, through other methods if necessary or expedient. Self-analysis may disclose weaknesses which one does not like to acknowledge. This is why I told you guys to keep it 100 with yourselves. Self-analysis may disclose weaknesses which one does not like to acknowledge. This form of Self-examination is essential to all who demand of life more than mediocrity and poverty. If you want to, sidebar, if you want more than mediocrity, if you want more than poverty, you have to accurately self-assess yourself. Remember, as you check yourself point by point, that you are both the court and the jury, the prosecuting attorney and the attorney for the defense, and that you are the plaintiff and also the defendant, that you're the plaintiff and the defendant also, and that you are on trial. Face the facts squarely. Ask yourself definite questions and demand direct replies. When the examination is over, you will know more about yourself. If you do not feel that you can be impartial judge in self-examination, call upon someone who knows you very well to serve as a judge while you cross-examine yourself. And please don't call one of your friends that tell you yes, yes, yes. No yes men. Nobody that rubs on you and wants you to feel good. Call the people that you don't like because they talk shit about you the most. That's who you want. If you can't self-examine yourself good enough, call the motherfucker that you can't stand when they always telling you about yourself. Don't call your friend don't call your sounding boards and the people that reassure you. Don't call them. Call the person that's going to be like, look, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't give a fuck what you think. That's who you call. You are after the truth. You are after the truth. You are after the truth. Get it, no matter what it costs, even though it may temporarily embarrass you. The majority of people, if asked what they fear the most, would reply, I don't fear nothing. The reply would be inaccurate because few people realize that they are bound, handicapped, whipped spiritually and physically through some form of fear. So subtle and deeply seated is the emotion of fear that one may go through life burdened with it, never recognizing its presence. Only a courageous analysis will disclose the presence of this universal enemy. When you begin such an analysis, search deeply into your character. Here is a list of the symptoms for which you should look for. Here's the symptoms of the fear of poverty. All right. Here's the symptoms of the fear of poverty. Indifference, commonly expressed through lack of ambition. Willingness to tolerate poverty, acceptance of whatever compensation life may offer without protest, mental or physical laziness, lack of initiative, imagination, enthusiasm, and self-control. That is indifference is, for those, to give it to you in layman's terms, is the ones that say, oh, well, fuck it. I'll take it. Indifference are the people who say, all right, cool. I'll accept it. I'm all right with that. I'm fine with that. I'll take it. I'm cool. That is one of the reasons why I'm divorced. So, transparency. Not story time, but more transparency. I don't just say, okay, fuck it. What difference does it make? I remember hearing during an argument, what difference does it make? You know what I heard? It's no big deal. That stuck with me. I was in an argument with an ex-wife. I got two, so I won't identify who it is. But I heard during an argument, it was something that she thought was minute and there's no importance, and I thought it was, and it's no big deal. That is indifference, ladies and gentlemen. That is a symptom of fear. And I knew then, before reading this book, before I even read this book, I knew then that was a problem. When I heard somebody that I was intending to spend the rest of my life with, to say something was no big deal. Everything is a big fucking deal to me. And some people are not with that. And that's fine. That means that they need to connect with somebody who's cool with shit just not being no big deal. I'm not a no big deal type of dude. Everything is even the small shit, the successes in the details. I wish I could just, everything is a big deal to me. I don't settle for indifference. All right, let's go. Indecision is a symptom of fear. The habit of permitting others to do one's thinking, staying on the fence. If you cannot make definite decisions, sidebar, then you're scared of something. Fear has set in. If you're allowing other people to make your decisions for you on important shit, on things that you should be deciding upon, you're not in control of your destiny. Somebody else is. Who's navigating your life? Who's the captain of your ship? It's not you. Not if you can make, if you need to go left or right and you need somebody to help you out, go left and right and stand firm on your shit. How does it say? Stand on your square, as they say. Stand on your square. Deal with whatever way you're going, but at least you made the decision. The next symptom is doubt. Generally expressed through alibis and excuses designed to cover up, explain away, or apologize for one's failures, sometimes expressed in the form of envy of those who are successful or by criticizing envy. Haters. See, we got to translate a lot of this old 1920 book into modern lingo. Haters. You're a hater and you hating on others. It's expressed through envy of those who are successful and those criticizing me. You know, I got haters on the success of this channel here at YouTube. I got people who doubt themselves because they're looking at me win over here with you wonderful people. They're like, why are they following Shan? Why, why are you reading a book, bro? That's dumb. Let people read on their own. Like, what? The fuck you talking about? Haters. Often expressed through somebody dissing somebody else's success. Worry is another symptom of poverty. Fear of poverty. Usually expressed by finding fault with others. A tendency to spend beyond one's income. Neglect of personal appearance. You don't give a fuck how you look. You look scraggly, scowling and frowning all the time, mad and shit everywhere you go. You know, you don't greet people with a smile. You just always mad and you look rough. You don't give a fuck. Intemperance in the use of alcoholic drink. You drink too much. Sometimes through the use of narcotics. You smoke weed to forget your problems. Nervousness, always worried. Lack of poise. You slouch. How many of you guys slouch when you sit? Right now, how many of you guys sit in the chair like this, slouching? Got your spine bent over. You're not sitting up straight. Chest out, shoulders up, shoulders back. Lack of poise. Self-consciousness. You worried about you worried about and lack of self-reliance. You don't even believe in yourself. You don't even think that you can do it. Fuck what everybody else thinks. You don't even think that you can do it. And then there's overcaution. The habit of looking for the negative side of every circumstance, thinking and talking of possible failure instead of concentrating upon the means of succeeding. How many of you guys know people that is Debbie Downers? Debbie Downers. They think nothing is going to work. Nothing is going to work out. Don't do that. If you're wasting your time, you don't listen. Don't just be safe. Get your paycheck. Keep your head low. Knowing all the roads to disaster, but never searching for the plans to avoid the failure. Waiting for the quote unquote right time to begin putting ideas and plans into action. Analysis paralysis, right? Until the waiting becomes a permanent habit. Remembering those who have failed and forgetting those who have succeeded. Seeing the hole in the donut, but overlooking the actual donut. Pessimism, leading to indigestion, poor elimination, auto-intoxication, bad breath, and bad disposition. You can't shit. Your stomach is upset. You're always sick, auto intoxication, and your breath stank. Another symptom of the fear of poverty, is procrastination. The habit of putting off until tomorrow that which should have been done last damn year. Spending enough time in creating alibis. You spend so much time making excuses and shit. Spending enough time in creating alibis and excuses to have done the job. This symptom is closely related to overcaution, doubt, and worry. Refusal to accept responsibility when it can be avoided. Willingness to compromise rather than put up a stiff fight. Compromising with difficulties instead of harnessing and using them as stepping stones to advancement. Bargaining with life for a penny instead of demanding prosperity, opulence, riches, contentment, and happiness. Planning what to do if and when overtaken by failure instead of burning all bridges and making retreat impossible. Weakness of and often total lack of self-confidence, definiteness of purpose, control, initiative, enthusiasm, ambition, thrift, and sound reasoning ability. Expecting poverty instead of demanding riches. Association with those who accept poverty instead of seeking the company of those who demand and receive riches. The people that don't, you hang out with a bunch of broke people. And so all you guys do is have broke conversations. Sidebar. You hang out with a bunch of people that ain't got money, so all you have is ain't got money conversations. All you do is talk about ain't got money shit. Your topics of conversation is ain't got money topics. The way you talk is broke. The way you speak is broke. You think broke. You have group think you have group broke think. Broke group thinks. Money talks. Let's continue. Money talks. Some will ask, why did you write a book about money? Why measure riches in dollars alone? Some will believe, and rightly so, that there are other forms of riches more desirable than money. Yes, there are riches which cannot be measured in terms of dollars. But there are millions of people who will say, give me all the money I need and I will find everything else I want. What they say, sidebar, money can't buy happiness, but I'd rather cry in a Lamborghini. Money can't buy happiness, but I'd rather cry in my Porsche. If I got to cry, I don't want to cry in a Honda Civic. I want to cry in a Porsche. I'd rather cry in a Mercedes Benz. I don't want to cry in a Hyundai. The major reason why I wrote this book on how to get money is the fact that the world has but lately passed through an experience that left millions of men and women paralyzed with the fear of poverty. What this sort of fear does to one was well described by Westbrook Pegler in the New York World Telegram. Money is only clamshells or metal discs or scraps of paper, metal discs, which is coins, right? Or scraps of paper, which is dollars. And there are treasures of the heart and soul which money cannot buy. But most people, being broke, are unable to keep this in mind and sustain their spirits. When a man is down and out and on the street, unable to get any job at all, something happens to his spirit, which can be observed in the droop of his shoulders, the set of his hat, his walk, and his gaze. He cannot escape a feeling of inferiority among people with regular employment, even though he knows they are definitely not his equals in character, intelligence, or ability. These people, even his friends, feel on the other hand, a sense of superiority and regard him, perhaps unconsciously, as a casualty. He may borrow for a time, but not enough to carry on his accustomed way. He cannot continue to borrow very long. But borrowing in itself, when a man is borrowing merely to live, is a depressing experience, and the money lacks the power of earned money to revive his spirits. Let me read that again. Borrowing money from your friends when you're borrowing it just to pay bills, just to eat. When you have to borrow money so you can eat, it's very depressing experience. And the money lacks the power of earned money to revive your spirits. Of course, none of this applies to the bums or habitual ne'er-do-wells, but only men of normal ambitions and self-respect. So basically, we're not talking about people with mental illnesses, the homeless, the people that want to be broke, that even when you can give them a job, they don't want. We're not talking about them. We're not talking about people with mental. We're talking about the regular folk here. All right, let's keep it 100. All right. Women, they conceal despair. Women hide despair. Women hide despair. Women, though, in the same predicament, must be different. We somehow do not think of women at all in considering the down and outers. They are scarce in the bread lines. They rarely are seen begging on the street, and they are not recognizable in the crowds by the same plain signs which identify busted ass men. Of course, I do not mean the shuffling hags of the city streets who are the opposite number of the confirmed male bums. I mean reasonably young, decent, and intelligent women. There must be many of them, but their despair is not apparent. Maybe they kill themselves. Here, right. When a man is down and out, let me go do a sidebar on that real quick. Let's bring that up to current times. See, I don't want no scrubs. Scrubs is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging on the passenger side of his best man's right, trying to holler at me. Right? Busted dudes. Fellas, that is a weapon that women use, sign language. I'm trying to teach, we experienced that last night on my podcast, Ask a Black Man Anything. And one of my bros got affected by somebody that came in here and used sign language on him, and it triggered him, and he went off. I had to calm him down. Women use impoverished men as a weapon because they see how it affects men. Yet women be just as broke, if not broker than them. Fellas, I don't know how many of you have gone out to a club, and then you're at the club, and there's women in there acting super sedity. They're acting like they got it all. They sipping on a drink that they didn't pay for, dancing by themselves or in crowds of themselves, making it seem like they got it going on. See, the thing is, with me being a club promoter, I'm there late. I'm not a promoter anymore, but back in the day, I used to club promote. And I've been there late. And you know what I found interesting back? This is an observation that I had, and I pass it on and this kind of like built me to who I am today. I would see the cars that these women drove away in. See, they had this attitude in the nightclub that they were the shit. You can't touch me. I'd sit around because you have to. I work the crowd. Nobody's at the door anymore. You just kind of like it's almost midnight or whatever. You just kind of like dancing, and I'm working the crowd. I'm checking the bar. I'm doing my thing as a promoter, right? And I see how some women operate, and women particularly, they move around and they act like they got it going on and shit. I can see a dude. I look over at a distance. I see a guy. He makes an approach to a woman. He wants to dance with her. She kind of blows him off. I'm like, no, I don't want to dance with you. But she doesn't just say no. She kind of shuns him, right? And then at the end of the night, I go outside and I see this dude leave in a Lexus, brand new Lexus. And I see her leave in a goddamn Toyota Tercel with the whole side is bashed. The damn passenger, the side mirror is hanging off. One brake light is out. Hubcap missing. She don't even want to be seen in the car. She parked way around the corner. I know because I'm walking the block to make sure I'm walking women home. To their car to make sure they make it to their car. She broke as a motherfucker. Broke. How we say it today? We double the words. Broke. But at the club, you wouldn't have known that. You wouldn't have known it. You would have thought that she was high rolling and everything was fine and her life was just dandy and everything was perfect until the end of the club that I had to make sure, because I'm in the kitchen making sure that the staff is cleaning dishes and shit. This is my party. We counting money at the end. Got to make a deposit. And I'm saying, you acted like you had it going on the way this club was going, and you drove home in that piece of shit. You don't got no money. I know what your house looked like. I could look at your car and see what your house looked like. I know how you living based on how you driving. And so what often happens is, like this book says, women conceal despair for whatever reason, and they project that shit on men. And men, it affects us so much that's why we work so hard. And then it's a big cycle, because if you get somebody that works too hard, then the woman says, you're not giving me enough attention, and now she's fucking the mailman. And so he's working 50 hours a week trying to provide for a family while she's out there smashing the pool boy. And then here we are back in divorce court. It's weird, though. Women conceal despair. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about, because some of you, and I'm not talking about the ladies that's doing well or smart or doesn't do that, but you got some homegirls that I just identified a couple of your homegirls. Rawls says Toyotas make some decent cars, Shannon. I know they do. Not the Toyota Tercel. They don't make the Toyota Tercel no more. I don't think they do. But I ain't talking about a new one. I'm talking about an old one. I described that Toyota Tercel too, didn't I? I described it in detail. That Toyota Tercel, not the new one that you're speaking of. And that's what I'm talking about. Some of you ladies, you know, I just described some friends of yours. Anyways, let's continue. When a man is down and out, he has time on his hands for brooding. He may travel miles to see a man about a job, discover that the job is filled, or that it is one of those jobs with no base pay, but only commission on the sale of some useless knickknack, which nobody would buy, except out of pity, right? Like the guy that runs around selling pillows and shit door to door. Turning that down, he finds himself back of the street with nowhere to go, but just anywhere. So he walks and walks and walks. He gazes into store windows at luxuries which are not for him, and he feels inferior and gives way to people who stop to look with an active interest. He wanders into the railroad station or puts himself down in a library to ease his legs and soak up a little bit of heat. But that isn't looking for a job. So he gets going again. He may not know it, but his aimlessness would give him away, even if the very lines of his figure did not. He may be well dressed in the clothes left over from the days when he had a steady job, but the clothes cannot disguise his droop. Money makes difference. He sees thousands of other people, bookkeepers, clerks, chemists, wagon hands, busy at their work, and envies them from the bottom of his soul. They have their independence, they have their self-respect, they have their manhood. He simply cannot convince himself that he is a good man. Through he argue it out and arrive at a favorable verdict hour after hour. It is just money which makes this difference in him. It's only money that makes this difference in him. With little money, he would be himself again. Some employers take the most shocking advantage of people who are down and out. The agencies hang out little colored cards, and they offer miserable wages to busted men. $12 a week, $15 a week. And $18 a week is a plum. And anyone with $25 a week to offer does not hang the job in front of an agency on a colored card. I have a want ad clipped from a local paper demanding a clerk, a good, clean penman, to take telephone orders for a sandwich shop from 11 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon for $8 a month. Not a week, but he wants you to take these orders from 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day for $8 a month, $2 a week. The ad also says, state your religion. Can you imagine the brutal effrontery of anyone who demands a good, clean penman for 11 cents an hour, requiring into the victim's religion? You asking what religion he is and you only paying $8 a month? But what is that? But that is what busted people are offered. That is what busted people are offered. We can translate this money to modern times. We can translate this money to modern times. You guys know the dollars that are being offered to paltry people for paltry thinking. They look for busted people. The fear of criticism. Just how man originally came by this fear, no one can state definitely, but one thing is certain. He has it in a highly developed form. Criticism. This is the second fear, ladies and gentlemen. First was fear of poverty. Now we're talking about fear of criticism. Some believe that... Everybody, throw your ones up.
Being number one isn't easy.
Oh, y'all already see it. Throw your ones up.
Being number one isn't easy.
Javaro Forbes came through with a $10 super chat. He says, keep up the great work, Shannon. Soldiers, one love.
Being number one isn't easy.
Thank you so much, Javaro. Javaro is our now stream sponsor. Let me update the look. He gave $9.99. Yeah. My man, Javaro Forbes, supporting the channel. Javaro is now our stream sponsor. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you.
Being number one isn't easy.
He had nothing to say. He just want to say, look, man, just want to hit you with 10 today, Shan. I want to bless you, bro. Just want to bless you. A little something. He put a little something in the pot to make sure we keep this going. Thank you so much, man. See, like I told you guys, I bought the Zoom. I bought the Zoom for the whole year. I didn't buy it. Javaro bought it. I didn't buy it. It was $150, $160, something like that last night, because they charged me tax. It was like $163. Why would they charge me tax? Zoom charged me tax for e-service. That was weird. I'd never get charged for tax for e-service. But anyways, I paid tax. So it was like $163 for the year for Zoom, right? The reality is, I didn't buy it. Javaro bought it. I haven't withdrawn any of my super chat money yet, but when I withdraw it, it's just replenishing the money. So Javaro, thank you so much for putting something on the Zoom subscription for the Pro so we can do the movies. That's what your money, ladies and gentlemen. What do you call it? I'm putting it back in the business. I'm reinvesting into this channel to make sure this channel does provide you guys with good stuff. Shout out to my man Javaro. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Let's start at the fear of criticism. Just how man originally came by this fear, no one can state definitely, but one thing is certain. He has it in a highly developed form. Some believe that this fear made its appearance about the time that politics became a profession. Politics became a profession. Others believe it can be traced back to the age when women first began to concern themselves with styles and wearing clothes. So criticism wasn't a thing in the human race at one point. Criticism and worry about what other people think, we didn't give a shit about until some people say politics became a profession, and other people say when women started wearing clothes to look good. The author, being neither a humorist nor a prophet, is inclined to attribute the basic fear of criticism to that part of the man's inherited nature, which prompts him not only to take away from his fellow man's goods and wares, but to justify his own action by criticism of his fellow man's character. It is a well-known fact that a thief will criticize the man from whom he steals. Ooh, that's a bar. It is a well-known fact that a thief will criticize the man from whom he steals from. That politician seeks office, not by displaying their own virtues and qualifications, but by attempting to besmirch their opponents. Everybody, ones.
Being number one isn't easy.
Kimberly's always hitting the channel with $20. Kim, how much you got? About $200 in so Kim.
Being number one isn't easy.
Everybody, throw your ones up for Kim.
Being number one isn't easy.
Thank you so much, Kim, for your support. What does Kim say? Kim says, look, thank you so much for time, your wisdom, your sense of humor, and your vision. Have a beautiful weekend, everyone. Thank you, Kim. Everybody, throw your ones up for Kim.
Being number one isn't easy.
We appreciate you, Kim. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much. Kim is now our stream sponsor, so I'm gonna put her up. You know, we take breaks over here, you got, ladies and gentlemen, for people that sew into what we're doing. If this is bothering you, then watch the replay and then skip past these points. But I recognize the people that help me. Kimberly Versilo is our new stream sponsor. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate you again. Like, how do you say thank you over and over again? Like, do you guys get bored of me saying thank you again? Does it sound like it's, because it feels like it feels to me like it sounds to you like it's fake, but it's not fake. But I keep saying the same thank yous over again, and I don't know a different way to say it. That's why it feels like it sounds like it's fake. But trust me, it's not fake. So thank you, Kim, again, for your support. I appreciate you. You didn't have to do that, and you did it anyway. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Kim is giving suggestions on books. She's even talking about sending over some books that we should be writing. She's here in Los Angeles. She's in Orange County. I'm in LA. So Kim is not only supporting financially, she does not only just watch the shows, but she's also talking to me on the backside about how I can make this channel better. So thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate you, love. Yeah, man, it's just weird. Like I say thank you, and I wish I could say it a different way to make you guys know how I really thank you. Anyways, let's get back to criticism. Okay, the fear of criticism takes on many forms, the majority of which are petty and trivial. Bald-headed men, for example, are bald for no other reason than their fear of criticism. Heads become bald because of the tight-fitting bands of hats which cut off the circulation from the roots of their hair. Men wear hats not because they actually need them, but mainly because everyone is doing it. That ain't why I'm bald. But he didn't know. He didn't understand the science of it from the 1920s. But I get his point. And shout out to my man RCC72. He said, Shan, you should pull up a panel at the end of the book. You think so? You think so, RCC? RCC hit us with a super chat. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Everybody hit him with a number one.
Being number one isn't easy.
Let me and then also let me update the stream sponsor. Him and Kim are together as a stream sponsor. So I'm gonna put RCC 72 Detroit and Kim Versilo with the $20 super chats is a sponsor. And he says I should pull up a panel at the end of the book. You know why? Here's why I shun away from doing the panel at the end of the book, RCC. Is because I think we're all reading at different paces. See, when I look back so first of all, I'm getting that based on some of the DMs that I get. I get messages from people saying, oh man, I missed the live. I'm gonna catch it later. I get that a lot. Some people even come in here and say, hey, I gotta work, but I'm gonna catch the live later. And then I look at the replays. And so based on how many replays I'm getting, and then I look at the analytics of the replay, it shows me how much they watch. So it lets me know how much people are actually watching. We'll all be at different levels at the end of the book. And so if we had a panel, it probably either one wouldn't be popular or two, we'd have so many different varying perspectives on it because everybody probably hasn't read equally. So that's the only little pushback I'm giving on a panel. So here's the deal. For this particular book, we won't do a panel. But for what we're reading on Monday, I believe in you, bro. We'll give it a shot. We're going to have a panel at the end of our next reading. And then we'll have a discussion on that. And it's going to be worth discussing too, by the way. So, and if that works out, RCC, we'll do it for the rest of for every book we do. How's that? I didn't plan on it because of because I had thought about it. I was like, man, maybe I should do a panel. Maybe I should bring people up. As you notice that it's not telling you guys it's not giving you the link to pull up, right? That's because for Rich People Read, it's turned off. And that's because I didn't want to have a panel. But based on what RCC is saying, we'll give it a shot on our next read, not on this one, on our next one. And if it works out there, then we'll do it for the rest of them. Shout out to my man RCC. Everybody throw your ones up for him.
Being number one isn't easy.
For supporting the channel. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. All right. The individual falls into line and does likewise, lest some other individual criticize him. Women seldom have bald heads or even thin hair because they wear hats which fit their heads loosely. The only purpose of the hat is for adornment, but it must not be supposed that women are free from the fear of criticism. If any woman claims to be superior to man with reference to this fear, ask her to walk down the street wearing a hat of the vintage 1890, and she won't do it because she's worried about what other people's going to say. She's worried about what other people's going to say. Everybody throw your ones up.
Being number one isn't easy.
For Space Hopper. Space Hopper hit us with a $20 super chat. He says, from space passing through, good debate, good points on Lapeef Network on Tuesday, high value moment. So I do a show on Tuesdays called King Talk over at the Lapeef Network right here on YouTube. My man Space Hopper was there. He was in the chat. I saw him in the chat. I saw you in the chat talking to me, Space Hopper. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. He's talking about something else, and then he just came and just blessed the channel with $20. He put 20 on it. Everybody throw him a one.
Being number one isn't easy.
You guys are already doing the ones. Thank you so much. Ones come for everybody that supports the channel. Space Hopper is a supporter of the channel. He's always blessing the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. Let's continue. The astute. Let me throw his stuff up real quick again. Boom. All right, here we go. The astute manufacturers of clothing have not been slow to capitalize this basic fear of criticism that women have when it comes to clothing, with which all mankind has been cursed. Every season, the styles and many articles of wearing apparel change. Who establishes the styles? I know a lot of you guys still don't know that. You know, I had to learn that being in fashion. Like, who comes up with this shit? You know, we have an annual color. Sidebar. You know, we have an annual color that comes out. I remember when the color of olive green came out. Man, I love that one. I love because maybe it's because I'm a veteran. So it was like army green. So olive and army green are kind of one and the same. And then I remember the year of burgundy. I remember the year of orange. You know, there's an entity that establishes the annual colors for clothing, and most countries adopt that. And then the styles themselves. Do you remember when camouflage was big, ladies and gentlemen? Do you remember when tie-dye was big last year? Don't front like y'all wasn't rocking tie-dye, ladies. Y'all was rocking some tie-dye fucking leggings. Do you remember when houndstooth was big? Who comes up with this stuff? I bet you guys don't know. Maybe I'll have a show on that and explain it. Who establishes these styles? Certainly not the purchaser of the clothing, but the manufacturer. Why does he change the style so often? The answer is obvious. He changes the style so he can sell more clothes. If we wore the same shit every year, then we wouldn't buy shit every year. For the same reason, the manufacturer of automobiles, with very few rare and sensible exceptions, changes the style of their models every season. No man wants to drive an automobile which is not of the latest and greatest style, although the older model may actually be the better car. Your older car may be better than your new car, but you buy the new car because it's new. We have been describing the manner in which people behave under the influence of fear of criticism as applied to the small and petty things of life. Let us now examine human behavior when this fear affects people in connection with the more important events of human relationship. Take, for example, practically any person who has reached the age of mental maturity, which is generally 35 to 40. Ladies and gentlemen, take, for example, practically any person who has reached the age of mental maturity, ages 35 to 40. That's why I call you people, you youngsters in your 20s, youngsters. You think you know what you're talking about until you actually know what you're talking about. I thought I knew what I was talking about. You think I'm pompous now? You think I'm a know-it-all now at age 49? You should have saw me when I was 29. You couldn't tell me shit until I became 35. And I was like, damn, I didn't know shit at 30. And then at 40, I realized I didn't know shit at 35. At 25, I thought I knew everything until I became 30. That's why we call you youngsters. You don't even mature mentally until you get into your 35, until you're about 35, 40. And I think the age is actually older. It's been proven to be older than that. First of all, your frontal lobe isn't developing until you're 25. You're still developing your brain if you're under 25 years old. Your brain is not fully developed if you're under 25, man or woman. So now you're not even fully functioning and using all the capacity of your mental until you're in your 35, until your mid 30s, and early 40s. I think they're now saying it's in your 40s to your 50s. They're basically saying if you 20 or 30 anything, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You think you know, but you don't. And if you could read the secret thoughts of his mind, you would find a very decided disbelief in most of the fables taught by the majority of the dogmastics and the theologians a few decades back. Not often, however, will you find a person who has the courage to openly state his belief on this subject. Most people will, if pressed far enough, tell a lie rather than admit that they don't believe the stories associated with that form of religion which held people in bondage prior to the age of the scientific discovery and education. Why does the average person, even in this day of enlightenment, shy away from denying his belief in the fables, which were the basis of most of the religious a few decades ago? The answer is because of fear of criticism. It's so many people that go to church, they stick with their religion, they stick with what they believe in the Bible, in the Quran, in the Torah, in anything, because they are worried about what somebody else is going to say. They know a lot of the shit is bullshit, but they stick with it because they worried about what somebody else is going to say. Men and women have been burned at the stake for daring to express disbelief in ghosts. It is no wonder we have inherited a consciousness which makes us fear criticism. The time was, and not so far in the past, by the way, when criticism carried severe punishments. It still does in some countries. You criticize, go to North Korea and criticize Kim Jong-un. Or did I say Kim Un-jung? Kim Jong-un, whatever. Go criticize the president of North Korea. See what happens to you. Criticize the government of North Korea. See what happens to you. The fear of criticism robs a man of his initiative, destroys his power of imagination, it limits his individuality, and it takes away his self-reliance and does him damage in 100 other ways. Parents, pay attention to this. Sidebar. I need parents to pay attention. I need parents to pay attention. I need parents to pay attention. Mothers, fathers, mothers, please pay attention. Parents often do their children irreparable injury by criticizing them. Parents often do their children irreparable injury by criticizing them. The mother of one of my boyhood chums used to punish him with a switch almost daily, always completing the job with the statement, "You'll land in the penitentiary before you're 20. She'd beat his ass every day, and then she'd always tell him, "You're going to be in the penitentiary before you're 20. Whoosh. Beating his ass. You going to jail. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. Telling her child, you ain't shit. You're going to be in jail before you're 20. He was sent to a reformatory at the age of 17. Criticism is the form of service of which everyone has too much. Sidebar. Before I go, parents often do their children irreparable injury by criticizing them. My mother, my own mother, my mom, growing up as a child, championed and promoted and made me think I can do shit that I couldn't do. She never criticized me. She made me think as a boy. I sold a motorcycle. Let me tell you about what happened. Let me give you a sidebar, a quick story. So in 1982, I was given a motorcycle. My dad bought me a motorcycle. We went to the Honda shop and we bought a XL20. No, yeah, it was an XL20. And I had my motorcycle and I was so happy. I kept that motorcycle for years and years and years. And then one year, as I was older, the motorcycle was old, I kind of like restored it. I kept the bike in the backyard. Fired up the motorcycle, and I used to ride it around the city. I had cars, but I was given the bike when I was 10. So let's say when I was 17 or 18 or maybe even 20 something, I don't remember. But I would ride the motorcycle around my city. The police took my bike. I got caught riding a motorcycle with no license. Police confiscated it. Got a ticket. They took it to the impound. I had to go to the impound and buy my bike back because I didn't get it out of impound in time. And so they took it to auction. I had to go to the auction and buy my motorcycle back. So I bought it back. I won the auction. Nobody wanted that bike. It was an old bike. This is over 10 years. Nobody wanted it. I took the bike back home and I put the bike in the paper. It was the Examiner or Inquirer. I forget the name of the paper. We sold all of our shit, and like cars and motorcycles and stuff was all sold in this newspaper, right? There was no internet. It was just all sold in the newspaper. When the man came to buy it, my mother overheard me negotiating with him. She overheard me negotiating with the guy. And I guess I wanted, I don't know, $200 and he wanted to pay me $100. And I was like, nah. And I negotiated apparently so well that I got what I wanted, sold the motorcycle, and then my mother came from the other room and she smiled from ear to ear. And she said, Shannon, you handled that amazingly. She don't even probably remember this story. If I was to talk to my mom, she probably wouldn't remember it. But I remember it like it was yesterday. She said, Shannon, the way you negotiated with that man and stood firm on your price that you wanted for your motorcycle, I am so proud of you. You handled that sale amazingly. From that day forward, mind you, I've owned over 60, maybe 70 cars, motorcycles. I'm a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. I sell shit. I know how to sell. I know how to, I negotiate. I negotiate contracts. It started with my mother, and she don't know. I don't know if I ever told her this story. It started when my mother gave me the confidence when I sold my old motorcycle in the newspaper to some white man that wanted to come buy it. And he wanted to talk me down, and I was like, bullshit, you're going to pay me what I want. And she heard me say that, and from that day forward, I became a cold-blooded salesman. A lot of my success in entrepreneurship comes from the encouragement of my mom, not my dad, my mom. My leadership style comes from my father. My entrepreneur spirit comes from my mother. And so when this says parents often do their children irreparable injury by criticizing them, that is so true, because you guys know somebody who's always talking shit to their kids. It might be you. You don't encourage your kids. You don't hug them. You don't tell them how great they are, even when you're disappointed in them. It's super duper important. And here we have a woman who, he tells a story where she beat her son almost daily and told him that he was going to be in jail in the penitentiary before he was 20. This motherfucker was in jail by 17. Parents, I'm speaking to you. Future parents, I'm speaking to you. That's the sidebar for that. Let's continue. Criticism is one of the forms of service of which everyone has too much. Everybody got too much damn criticism. Everyone has a stock of it, which is handed out gratis for free, whether called for or not. One's nearest relatives often are the worst offenders. Your relatives are often the worst offenders. It should be recognized as a crime. In reality, it is a crime in the worst nature for any parent to build inferiority complexes in the mind of a child through unnecessary criticism. It is, let me read that again. It should be recognized as a crime for any mother or father to build an inferiority complex in the mind of their child through unnecessary criticism. Employers who understand human nature get the best there is in men and women by not criticizing them, but by constructive criticism. Constructive suggestion. Parents may accomplish the same results with their children. Criticism will plant fear in the human heart or resentment but it will not build love or affection. Symptoms of the fear of criticism. Let's go over those real quick. This fear is almost as universal as the fear of poverty, and its effects are just as fatal to personal achievement, mainly because this fear destroys initiative and discourages the use of imagination. Real quick, y'all, throw your ones. You know what to do.
Being number one isn't easy.
Throw your ones up. Sherry's always blessing the channel. Sherry, thank you so much. She's always blessing the channel. Sherry says, Shan, it's always the small encouraging words that impacts us the most. That was a beautiful story. Salute to your mom. Yes. Thank you so much, Sherry. Everybody throw your ones up.
Being number one isn't easy.
Throw your ones up for Sherry, ladies and gentlemen. She blessed the channel with a $20 super chat. That is 3 people on par with the stream sponsor. Let's add Sherry. And Sherry Farley. Sherry is now added. We got 3 stream sponsors, 3 $20 stream sponsors. Thank you so much, Sherry. Kimberly, RCC, and Sherry is the stream sponsor. She says, Shannon, it's always the small encouraging words. Yes, you know, the successes in the details. It's the little things. It's the little things. We correct our children. I correct my sons all the time when they make a mistake, but I encourage them way more. It's like, hey, man, yes, you can. I talk to my 3-year-old. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't understand him. But he don't know that I don't understand him. I talk to him like we having a conversation, and he would just be saying stuff, and he'd be looking at me, he'd be trying to explain it to me in baby babble, and I'd be like, yes, is that right? Are you sure about that? Because yesterday, that's not what you explained to me, son. Yesterday, you explained something completely different, and I'm trying to understand why you changed your mind today. Why do you want to watch that cartoon instead of playing with the building blocks? You told me yesterday that you wanted to do the building blocks. Now you want to do, I don't know what, he might be asking me for something to eat. I'm over here talking about cartoons and Legos. He don't know that I don't know what he's talking about. Yes, Sherry, it's in the details, the small details. That small encouragement makes so much of a difference. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your support. Let's continue. The symptoms of fear. This fear is almost as universal as fear. Oh, we read that. So let's go to the next page. The major symptoms of fear are as follows. Self-consciousness. Wait, which fear are we talking about? The fear of criticism. Okay, so we're talking about the major symptoms of the fear of criticism. Everybody's worried about what somebody else is going to say. We're all worried about what somebody else is going to say. Here are the major symptoms. Number 1, self-consciousness. Generally expressed through nervousness, timidity, in conversation, and in meeting strangers. Awkward movement of the hands and You know, they're like, they just don't know what to do with themselves, and the limbs and shifting of the eyes, always looking around. Self-consciousness. The next one is lack of poise. Lack of poise. Expressed through their lack of voice control. They're nervous. You know, they speak low. This is why I talk to my son. We speak up, son. Speak with conviction. No whispering. We don't whisper. Speak up. Speak. There you go. Lack of voice control, nervousness in the presence of others. You're worried about who's around. Poor posture of the body. You slouching. Like I said earlier, remember, right now, some of y'all are back to slouching again. Some of you guys are back to slouching again. Sit up straight. Sit up straight. Shoulders back. Chest out. Come on. And poor memory. Another one is personality. Lacking in firmness of decision, personal charm, and ability to express opinions definitely. The habit of sidestepping issues instead of meeting them squarely on. Agreeing with others without careful examination of their opinions. You just follow people blindly. There's a lot of content creators here on YouTube. Y'all just listen to. You don't give a fuck about what they say. Everything they say is gospel. I get on some of these panels sometimes, and somebody's, and it might be their show, and I get on their show, and they say something that just sounds ridiculous to me, and I challenge them, and I look in the chat later, and the chat be like, damn, Shannon chat, it'd be a bunch of people that support them, because that's why they're over there, but then what they're saying is stupid. I'll challenge anybody if you say something ridiculous. Personality, a lot of people don't have it. And then there's the inferiority complex. The habit of expressing self-approval by word of mouth and by actions as a mean of covering up a feeling of inferiority. Using big words, complicated words, antithetical, to impress others. Trying to use, has anybody ever seen that movie, Good Will Hunting? Sidebar. That's a movie we need to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a movie we need to watch. Have you guys seen Good Will Hunting? Mm-hmm. For those that seen it, know what I'm talking. Remember the bar scene when the guy tried to impress the girl with using all those quotes from the book? Remember when the bar scene good? I don't want to give it out because that's gonna be a movie, y'all. That's gonna be a movie we watch every week. Join the members. Movies are only for the members. Good Will Hunting. We're gonna watch that one. That's a good movie. God, gee, I'm excited for this new movie part. Using big words to impress others, often without knowing the real meaning of the word. How often have you been in an argument with somebody and they're using words and you be like, you shut the fuck up. You're what did you just say? And they be like, that's not even, do you know the definition of that word? I've been in arguments with people that I love, with people that I've been in relationships with, and she just be arguing and saying shit. And I'll be like, baby, you don't know, you don't even know what that, first of all, you only using that word because you heard me use it with somebody else. You heard me argue or use that word with somebody else, and now you think you know what it means. You don't even know what it means because you used it wrong. How many times have you guys been in a discussion with somebody, maybe a dispute or an argument, and the motherfucker is using words and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about? They use it because they think that using big words is going to make them win the argument or feel maybe smarter. That is what we call an inferiority complex. Often without knowing the real meaning of the word. Imitating others in dress, what they wear, speech, and manners, and how they move and how they talk. Boasting of imaginary achievements. This sometimes gives a surface appearance of feeling of superiority. It gives a surface feeling. Social media, the money phones, acting like you got it going on. Women on social media trying to show them angles, don't want to show the fat, so she turns and shows her ass, knowing that if you saw her in person, she don't look like that. Posing a certain way, putting up all your riches and making it seem like you got it going on. How many times? Okay, sidebar. How many times, fellas, we talking about the ladies. So ladies, you get to just listen. You don't get to participate, fellas. How many times have you gone on Instagram and you seen a chick take a picture of her nails over the steering wheel of her car to let you, she wants you to just see what car she's driving. How many times have you seen a pair of nails? That's not the best background to have. Why don't you put it on the seat? Well, we can't tell what kind of car you have, or put it in the air, take a picture so we can concentrate on your fingernails. But how often do you see women take a picture on the steering wheel so you can see that she's in a Benz or on a BMW or in a Porsche or a Lexus or whatever? Sometimes in somebody else's car. They take a picture of their outfit and then get the car to make it seem like that's how they roll. Fellas, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I see it all the time. I'm like, why are you taking a picture with that? I know one chick that did it with her BMW. Today, she don't got no car. The car got repossessed. But she didn't take a picture of that repossessed email that she got. She didn't get a picture of how much money she didn't get a picture of that late car notice. She took a picture of over her steering wheel of her BMW saying that she got her nails done, but now she won't tell you that the car is repossessed. Somehow that's not on Instagram. Come on, man. Fellas, I know y'all know what I'm talking about. And ladies, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the fellas. Extravagance is another symptom. The habit of trying to keep up with the Joneses. Spending beyond one's income. Did you know that the term keeping up with the Joneses dates back to before the 1930s? This was written in a book that was released in 1938. So keeping up with the Joneses didn't come from some 70s R&B song. He wrote Keeping Up with the Joneses in 1938. Lack of initiative. Failure to embrace opportunities for self-advancement. Fear to express opinions. Lack of confidence in one's own ideas. Giving evasive answers to questions asked by superiors. Hesitancy of manner and speech. Deceit in both words and deeds. And then there's lack of ambition. Mental and physical laziness, a lack of self-assertion, slowness in reaching decisions, easily influenced by others, the habit of criticizing others beyond their back, and flattering them to their faces. Two-faced people. Two-faced people. The habit of accepting defeat without protest. You just fuck it. Quitting an undertaking when opposed by others. Suspicious of other people without any cause. Karen, why are you worried about why that black person is delivering a pizza in your neighborhood? Karen, why are you worried about how I'm parked? Karen, why do you care that I'm in the park taking pictures of Central Park feeding birds, Karen? Am I a threat to you, Karen, because of my skin color? Karen, why are you suspicious of other people without cause? And lacking in tactfulness of manner and speech, unwillingness to accept the blame for mistakes. Unwillingness to accept the blame for the mistakes you made. It's somebody else's fault. I know you all know somebody who does that. Then there is the fear of ill health. The fear of ill health. This fear may be traced to both physical and social heredity. It is closely associated as to its origin with the cause of fear of old age and the fear of death, because it leads one closely to the border of terrible words of which man knows not, but concerning which he has been taught with some discomforting stories. The opinion is somewhat general also that certain unethical people engaged in the business of selling health, miracle elixirs, right, have had not a little to do with keeping alive the fear of ill health. Some of it is real, but some of it's fake. Some people sell herbs that ain't shit. It's just a placebo. Some people sell Herbalife. Oh, you need to drink this. Works for some people it don't. Some people got fancy drinks. Oh, you need to drink, ladies. You need to drink this tummy tea. If you want to burn your fat in your belly, drink this tummy tea. And some of y'all followed that shit to the terms of millions and millions of dollars made selling you a tummy tea, thinking that you're going to get rid of your fat ass midsection because you drink this this tea. Goodness gracious. In the main, man fears ill health because of terrible pictures which have been planted in his mind of what may happen if death should overtake him. He also fears it because of the economic toll which it may claim. A reputable physician estimated that 75% of all people who visit the doctor for professional services are suffering with hypochondria, imaginary illness. You think you're sick and you're not. It has been shown most convincingly that the fear of disease, even where there is not the slightest cause for the fear, often produces the physical symptoms of that disease feared. People who, I've lost some loved ones this year who was scared to death of COVID-19, so scared that they wouldn't leave the house. They wouldn't go to the fucking mailbox. This year, they're dead. I'm not saying that that's the cause. I'm just saying I know some people who were so afraid of COVID-19 last year that they would not walk out of the house to get the mail. Every box delivered to them, they sprayed down with a disinfectant. They were so afraid of COVID-19. This year, they died of it. This year, they're dead. And not necessarily of COVID-19. I said they died of it, but let me retract that. This year, they passed away. Powerful and mighty is the human mind, you guys. Powerful and mighty is the human mind. It builds or destroys, playing upon this common weakness of fear of ill health. It will manifest, your fear of getting sick will manifest itself into its physical equivalent, and you will be fucking sick. You will be sick. You so worried about it. Dispensers of patent medicines have reaped fortunes because they know people worry about this shit. This form of imposition upon credulous humanity became so prevalent some 20 years ago that Collier's Weekly magazine conducted a bitter campaign against some of the worst offenders in the patent medicine business. During the Spanish flu epidemic, which broke out during the World War, the mayor of New York City took drastic steps to check the damage which people were doing to themselves through their inherent fear of ill health. How many people drank bleach listening to President Trump? How many people drank bleach listening to President Trump? How many people drank a fish tank cleaner? Remember that? Remember people was literally drinking fish tank cleaner. The mayor called in the newspaper and said to them, "Gentlemen, I feel it necessary to ask you not to publish any scary headlines in concerning the flu epidemic. Unless you cooperate with me, we will have a situation which we cannot control." The newspapers quit publishing stories about the Spanish flu, and within 1 month, the epidemic had successfully been under control. Through a series of experiments conducted some years ago, it was proved that people may be made ill by suggestion. We conducted this experiment by causing 3 acquaintances to visit the victims of each whom asked the question, "What ails you?" It looked terribly ill. The first questioner usually provoked a grin and a nonchalant, "Oh, nothing, I'm all right," from the victim. The second questioner usually was answered with the statement, "I don't know exactly, but I do feel badly." The third questioner was usually met with the frank admission that the victim was actually feeling ill. Try this on one of your friends if you doubt that it will make them feel uncomfortable, but do not carry the experiment too far. There is a certain religious sect whose members take vengeance upon the enemies by those hexing this method. They call it placing a spell on the victim, putting a hex on them. There is overwhelming evidence that disease sometimes begin in the form of negative thought impulse. Such an impulse may be passed from one mind to another by suggestion or created by an individual in his own mind. A man who was blessed with more wisdom than this incident might indicate once said, "When anyone asks me how I feel, I always want to answer by knocking him down." Doctors send patients into new climates for health because of a change of mental attitude is necessary. The seed of fear of ill health lives in every human mind. Worry, fear, discouragement, disappointment in love and business affairs cause this seed to germinate and grow. The recent business depression kept the doctors on the run because every form of negative thinking may cause ill health. Disappointments in business and in love stand at the head of the list of cause for the fear of ill health. A young man suffered a disappointment in love, which sent him to a hospital. For months, he hovered between life and death. A specialist in suggestive therapeutics was called in. Listen to this story, guys. So let me repeat. I want everybody to pay attention to this story. Everybody in the chat, pay attention to this story. Listen to this. A young man suffered in disappointment in love. Basically, he lost his girlfriend or his wife. He broke up. And it sent him to the hospital. He was so heartbroken that he had to go to the hospital. For months, he hovered between life and death. A specialist in suggestive therapeutics was called in, and the specialist changed the nurses, placing him in charge of a very charming and beautiful young woman who began by prearrangement with the doctor to make love to him the first day of her arrival on the job. Basically, they found a nurse that fucked him. This guy, okay, so you got a guy, young man, whose heart is broken. His girlfriend lost his woman or whatever, and he's in a hospital hovering between life and death. And so a specialist through suggestive therapeutics came in, and with the doctor's approval, they got a different nurse that was going to give him some pussy. He got some pussy, right? On day one, he got some pussy day one from this new pretty girl. What do you think happened without reading the rest? Within 3 weeks, the patient was discharged from the hospital, still suffering, but with an entirely different malady. He's still suffering. He was in love all over again. The remedy was a hoax, but the patient and the nurse were later married to each other. Both are in good health at the time of this writing. Javaro says the mind is a serious thing, so is pussy. The power of the pussy. The power, ladies, the power of the pussy. That's why I tell ladies, don't let no man ask you what you bring to the table. Don't let no man ask you what you bring to the table. You want to be asked, what value do you bring to his life? What value did she bring to this man's life? He was out of the hospital 3 weeks later in love, and they got married, all because he banged his nurse day one, his new nurse day one. He was hovering between life and death for months. Ladies, symptoms of the fear of ill health. Here's the symptoms of this third fear. The symptoms of the fear of ill health are almost universal. They are autosuggestion, the habit of negative use of self-suggestion by looking for and expecting to find the symptoms of all kinds of diseases. That is hypochondria. That's hypochondria, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoying imaginary illness and speaking of it as if it's being real. The habit of trying all fads and isms recommended by others as having therapeutic value. Talking to others of operations, accidents, and other forms of illness. Experimenting with diets, different diets. Ooh, this fast and that fast and this detox and that detox. And oh, I'm on this kind of I'm on that type of diet and this type of diet and get rid of all my carbs and experimenting with. And this is 1938, ladies and gentlemen. This is written way before the shit that you guys hear about today. It's nothing new under the sun. Experimenting with diets, physical exercises, reducing systems without professional guidance, trying home remedies, patent medicines, and quack remedies. It's a lot of people that, oh, you need to drink some of this. You need to drink some of this. This is going to help you. This is going to help you live for a long time. Drink some of this elixir, this special little powder. Just drink some of this. It's a lot of that shit happening. They'll swear to you that it's working. They don't have no doctor nowhere that's going to endorse or back that shit up. Nowhere. You can search all over. You can go oversee. Why are y'all drinking this particular thing and saying that this is good? And that's not one doctor, not even a holistic doctor, that says that this shit has any value. It's weird. Hypochondria, the habit of talking of illness, concentrating the mind upon a disease, and expecting its appearance until a nervous breakdown occurs. Nothing that comes in bottles can cure hypochondria. It is brought on by negative thinking, and nothing but positive thought can affect a cure. Hypochondria, a term for imaginary disease, is said to do as much damage on occasion as the disease one might fears it actually does. Most so-called cases of nerves come from imaginary illnesses. Here's another movie we have to watch, guys. Can somebody please put in the chat? And somebody please email me this so I can remember it, because I'm going to forget. The movie with Nicolas Cage. There's a movie with Nicolas Cage where the whole premise of the movie was hypochondria, where he lost a couple $1 million because he got robbed by a fake doctor because he had a fake illness. That is going to be on our movie list. Can somebody give me the name of the movie with Nicolas Cage? It's a movie where he had money and he got robbed by his buddy, and they set up and he gave him fake medicine and he started feeling better. I can't think of the name of the movie. God, dog. Somebody find it real quick and then put it in the chat and email it to me so I can remember it. Or you just put it in the chat so we'll know. It's a movie with Nicolas Cage. I can't think of the name of it, man. It was a good movie. It was all about hypochondria. I bet if you type hypochondria, Nicolas Cage, the movie will pop up. Next is exercise. The fear of ill health often interferes with proper physical exercise and results in overweight by causing one to avoid outdoor life. You're so damn worried about getting sick that your ass won't even lift a weight. You won't do a push-up. You won't sit up. You won't stretch. You won't walk. And now your ass is fat and unhealthy. Jeez. Susceptibility. Fear of ill health breaks down nature's body resistance and creates a favorable condition for any form of disease one may contact. The fear of ill health often is related to the fear of poverty, especially in the case of the hypochondriac, who constantly worries about the possibility of having to pay doctor's bills and hospital bills, etc. This type of person spends much time preparing for sickness, talking about death, and saving money for cemetery lots and burial expenses. The next one is self-coddling. It's one thing to coddle somebody, but it's another thing to coddle yourself. The habit of making a bid for sympathy, what is it called? Victim Olympics, as Anton Daniels say. Victim Olympics. Self-coddling. The habit of making a bid for sympathy, using imaginary illness as the lure. People often resort to this trick to avoid work. The habit of feigning illness to cover plain laziness or to serve as an alibi for lack of ambition. Everybody got a pity party. No, it's not called The Doctor. That's not the name of the movie. I'll find it. Don't worry about it. I'll find it. We're going to watch that movie from Nicolas Cage. That's certainly going on our movie list. That movie with Nicolas Cage is absolutely going on our movie list. It's a good one. It teaches you about and it teaches you about hypochondria and how you can self-sabotage. It's basically a movie about self-sabotage. We got to watch. These are the movies we're going to watch, you guys. We're not watching a bunch of dumb shit that has no intrinsic value. This movie here is about self-sabotage. We're going to watch that one. It's a good one. The next one is intemperance. The habit of using alcohol or narcotics to destroy pain such as headaches, neuralgia, etc., instead of eliminating the actual cause. You cover it up. You get high, you get drunk to cover up your problems instead of fixing the fucking problem. The habit of reading about illness and worrying over the possibility of being stricken by it. The habit of reading patent medicine advertisements. Then there's the fear of loss of love. The original source of this inherent fear needs but little description, because it obviously grew out of a man's polygamous habit of stealing his fellow man's wife, and his habit of taking liberties with her whenever he could. Jealousy and other similar forms of dementia praecox grow out of man's inherited fear of the loss of love of someone. This fear is the most painful of all the 6 basic fears. It probably plays more havoc with the body and the mind than any of the other basic fears, as it often leads to permanent insanity. To lose your wife, man. To lose your husband, sis. Sheesh. The fear of the loss of love probably dates back to the Stone Age, when men stole women by brute force. They continue to steal females, but their technique has changed. Instead of force, because you can't really do that today, they now use persuasion, like Drake songs. They use Marvin's Room. They use songs by Drake to get other chicks. That's how they steal women today, since you can't knock them over the head and take them. They use it by persuasion. The promise of pretty clothes. Baby, I got you. I got you. Give me, you want that Birkin bag? I got you. I got you. Don't worry about it. Come ride in my car, motor cars. Yeah, come peep out my whip, babe. Come. Yeah, this is how men steal women now. And women dumb enough to fall for the shit. This is a woman that has a good man that may not be able to afford the things that this dude is taking, but she rolls with that dude because she thinks that she's going to be the next great thing. You idiots. And other bait, much more effective than physical force. Man's habits are the same as they were at the dawn of civilization, but he expresses them differently. Careful analysis has shown that women are more susceptible to this fear than men. This fact is easily explained. Women have learned from experience that men are polygamous by nature. Men want more. Men want to fuck more than one woman. That they are not to be trusted in the hand of their rivals. Women have learned about that women are more susceptible to the fear of the loss of love than men, because women know that other women ain't shit. Let's just put it like that. Bitches ain't shit, and they have no problem. They call you straighten your girl's crown and women power and sisterhood and all of that other kind of stuff. All the while she's banging your man. All the while she's screwing your boyfriend. Symptoms of the fear of loss of love include jealousy, the habit of being suspicious of friends and loved ones without any reasonable evidence of sufficient grounds. See, jealousy is a form of dementia praecox, which sometimes become violent without the slightest cause. The habit of accusing a wife or a husband of infidelity without any grounds. General suspicion of everyone. Absolute faith in no one. How many of you guys have been accused of cheating and you wouldn't nowhere even, you didn't even look like you were cheating? There's no reason for them to even think you were cheating, but somehow they still think you're cheating. Fault finding. I love that this book was written in 1938 and that we can apply so much shit today. Fault finding. The habit of finding something wrong with your friends, relatives, business associates, and loved ones upon the slightest provocation or without any cause whatsoever. You find something wrong in every fucking thing. Gambling. Gambling. The habit of gambling, stealing, cheating, and otherwise talking hazardous chance to provide money for loved ones with the belief that love can be bought. With the belief that love can be purchased. The habit of spending beyond one's means or incurring debt to provide gifts for loved ones, like a wedding ring from Tiffany's. With the object of making favorable showing. Insomnia, can't sleep well. Nervousness and lack of persistence. Weakness of will, lack of self-control, lack of self-reliance, and bad temper. The fifth fear, this is the fifth fear, is the fear of old age. Ladies and gentlemen, your boy Shannon is 49 years old. I have a salt and pepper beard. We all worry about getting old. Let's learn about it from old man Shan. In the main, this fear grows out of two sources. First, the thought that old age may bring with it poverty. You think because you're older, you can't make no money. Secondly, and by far the most common source of origin, from false and cruel teachings of the past, which have been too well mixed with fire and brimstone and other boogies cunningly designed to enslave man through fear. In the basic fear of old age, man has two very sound reasons for his apprehension. One growing out of his distrust for his fellow man who may seize whatever worldly goods, somebody coming and taking all your shit, right? And then the other arising from the terrible pictures of the world beyond. You're looking at older people from the past. You're thinking about memories of older people. That makes it frightens you. Which were planted in his mind through social hereditary before he came into full possession of his mind. You learned about all this shit as a child. The possibility of ill health, which is more common as people grow older, is also a contributing cause of this common fear of old age. Eroticism also enters into the cause of fear of old age, as no man cherishes the thought of diminishing sexual attraction. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that so many people want to see if they still got it. I want to see if I still got it. I know I'm not as handsome as I used to be, but I know I still want to know if I still got it. Is anybody even attracted to me? Do you find him? Everybody wants to know, are they still found sexually attractive, no matter how old they get? No matter how old they get. The most common cause of fear of old age is associated with the possibility of poverty. Poorhouse is not a pretty word. It throws a chill into the mind of every person who faces the possibility of having to spend his declining years on a poor farm. Another contributing cause of the fear of old age is the possibility of loss of freedom and independence, going to jail and dying in jail as an old person. As old age may bring with it the loss of both physical and economic freedom, going to a convalescent center, being confined to your room in the rec room and having to go back to your room. Some people fear that, depending on what kind of old people's house that you go to. Some of them is like a resort. Some of them is like a resort. You know, some old folk go to a good place and this is like, man, this is the life. Shit. You know, and they around people that's like-minded and they think like, but then there's some places that's just, it's like prison. It's like jail, right? Symptoms of the fear of old age. Here's some of the symptoms of the fear of old age. These are the most common symptoms. The tendency to slow down and develop an inferiority complex at the age of mental maturity, around the age of 40, falsely believing oneself to be slipping. I'm slipping, man. I'm slipping. I can't remember like I used to. I'm slipping. Damn, I don't remember. I used to be sharp like this, but I'm not sharp as I used to be. Right? Because of the age. The truth is that man's most useful years mentally and spiritually are those between 40 and 60. You think you slipping. Like even me, I say, oh man, I can't remember like I used to. Damn. Oh my God. I used to be so sharp. I used to be able to come up with this real quick. I used to come and I just don't have it like I used to. But the reality is I'm at my sharpest right now, whether I know it or not. It's because I have so much information. And I have to just remember, I have to remind myself of that. I have to remind myself of that. The habit of speaking apologetically of oneself as being old, merely because one has reached the age of 40 or 50, instead of reversing the rule and expressing gratitude for having reached that age of wisdom and understanding. Oh, I'm an old man. I'm old man Shan. Old man, what do I know? Instead of saying, oh shit, I'm so happy to know I know more than all y'all motherfuckers. You ain't gonna know what I know until you get to my age because you haven't experienced it like I have. Wisdom overwhelms me. The habit of killing off initiative, imagination, and self-reliance by falsely believing oneself too old to exercise these qualities. The habit of the man or woman of 40s dressing with the aim of trying to appear much younger and affecting mannerisms of youth, thereby inspiring ridicule by both friends and strangers. We all know, and I'll talk about this on Platinum's page one day, because he put up a dude who came on there with this big old gaudy jacket. It was an older brother, had to be in his 60s, but he had on I don't know if he had on a hat. He had the gold teeth. He had on his Timbs, some skinny jeans, and a big old bulky ass jacket. And it was like, oh man, that nigga, he got it going. I was like, nah, man, he is not dressed age appropriate, bro. He's trying too hard. You know, people that get of a certain age and you look at them, it's like, what are you trying to do? You see some women well into their 50s wearing this little tight Forever 21 goddamn clothes. And you be like, what are you wearing? You can't wear that. Take that off. You can't wear that. The days of you wearing that are long gone. What are you trying to do? You got guys who try to keep it with the fresh. I got my fresh J's or my Air Force Ones. My hat, got your hat low and tilted, New York fitted, rocking. It's like, bro, what are you doing, bro? You 60. You 50. I'm just reading the chat. The habit of man. We already read that. Moving on. The last fear, you guys. The fear of death. The fear of death. The fear of dying. To some people, this is the cruelest of all the 6 basic fears. The reason is obvious. The terrible pangs of fear associated with the thought of death, in the majority of cases, may be charged directly to religious fanaticism. Religious fanaticism. So-called heathens are less afraid of death than the more, quote unquote, civilized. For hundreds of millions of years, man has been asking the still unanswered question, whence and whither? Where did I come from and where am I going? During the darker ages of the past, the more cunning and crafty were not slow to offer the answer to these questions for a price. Witness now the major source of origin of the fear of death. Come into my tent, embrace my faith, accept my dogmas, my Bible, my teachings, and I will give you a ticket that will admit you straight away into the heavens when you die. Cries a leader of sectarianism. Remain out of my tent. Don't come in. Don't join my religion. Don't join my tribe, says the same leader. And may the devil take you and burn you throughout eternity. Unless you come over to my religion, then you'll go to heaven. But if you stay away from my religion, you will burn in hell. Eternity is a long time. Fire is a terrible thing. The thought of eternal punishment with fire not only causes man to fear death, it often causes him to lose his reason for life. It destroys interest in life and makes happiness impossible. During my research, I reviewed a book entitled A Catalog of the Gods, in which were listed in 1920s 30,000 gods that man has worshipped. Think of it, ladies and gentlemen, 30,000 of them, represented by everything from crawfish to another human being. It is a little wonder that men have become frightened at the approach of death. While the religious leader may not be able to provide safe conduct into heaven, nor by lack of such provision allow the unfortunate to descend into hell, the possibility of the latter seems so terrible, going to hell, that the very thought of it lays hold of the imagination in such a realistic way that it paralyzes reason and sets up the fear of the fear of death. In truth, though, ladies and gentlemen, this is to everybody that's religious, all you Christians, all you Muslims, all you Hindus or Hindis, to everybody, to the Jewish, this is to everybody. In truth, no man knows, and no man has ever known what heaven or hell is like, nor does any man know if either place actually exists. This very lack of positive knowledge opens the door of the human mind to the charlatan, so he may enter and control that mind with his stock of legerdemain and various brands of pious fraud and trickery. The fear of death is not as common now as it was during the age when there was no great colleges and universities, right? Men of science have turned the spotlight of truth upon the world, and this truth is rapidly freeing men and women from this terrible fear of death. The young men and women who attend college and universities are not easily impressed by fire and brimstone. Through the aid of biology, astronomy, geology, earth, and other related sciences, the fears of lack of dark ages, which gripped the minds of men and destroyed their reason, have kind of been dispelled these days. Insane asylums, however, are filled with men and women who have gone mad because of the fear of death. This fear is useless. Ladies and gentlemen, to the 25 people that's watching this live, fear of death is useless. It is useless. It is useless. Death will come to you. Everybody that can hear my voice, death is coming. No matter what anyone may think about it, accept it as a necessity and pass the thought out of your mind. It must be a necessity or it would not come to all. Perhaps it is not as bad as it has been pictured. The entire world is made up of only two things: energy and matter. In physics, we learned that neither matter nor energy, the only two realities known to man, can be created nor destroyed. Both matter and energy can be transformed, but neither can be destroyed. We are converted when we die. We don't disappear. Energy and matter cannot be destroyed. It can only be converted into something else. Life is energy, my friends. I know I'm preaching, but listen to this sermon. Life is energy. If it is anything, it is energy. If neither energy nor matter can be destroyed, of course, life cannot be destroyed. Life, like other forms of energy, may be passed through various processes of transition or change, but it can't be destroyed. Death is merely a transition. If death is not a mere transition or change, then nothing comes after death except a long, eternal, peaceful sleep. And sleep is nothing to be feared of, right? Thus, you may wipe out forever the fear of death. You're going to transform into something else, or you're going to just be asleep. And we all know how good sleep feels. So don't worry. The symptoms of the fear of death, however, are the habit of thinking about dying instead of making the most out of the life that you have. I'm speaking to the elder folk. I'm speaking to people who's 50 years and older, especially. The habit of thinking about when you're dying or that it's coming close instead of making the best out of what you got now, due generally to the lack of purpose or lack of suitable occupation. Maybe you don't work. Create something to do. Create something to do. I don't care how old you are. Don't sit around and watch TV all day. Find a purpose. You won't worry about death too much. Sit around and watch TV all day. You just waiting to be put in the ground. This fear is more prevalent amongst the aged, the older people, but sometimes the more youthful are victims of it too. The greatest of all remedies for the fear of death is a burning desire for achievement. The greatest of all remedies for the fear of death is a burning desire for achievement, backed by useful service to other people. A busy person, if you busy, a busy person seldom has time to think about dying. They find life too thrilling to worry about death. Sometimes the fear of death is closely associated with the fear of poverty, where one's death would leave loved ones poverty-stricken. In other cases, the fear of death is caused by illness and the consequent breaking down of the physical body resistance. The commonest causes of the fear of death are ill health, poverty, lack of appropriate occupation, disappointment over love, insanity, religious, and fanaticism. Old man worry. Old man worry. Worrying, right? Worrying. Worry is a state of mind based upon fear. It works slowly, but persistently. It is insidious and subtle. Step by step, it digs itself in until it paralyzes one's reasoning faculty, destroys self-confidence and initiative. Because you worry so much, worry is a form of sustained fear caused by indecision. Therefore, it is a state of mind. It is a mentality which can actually be controlled. As unsettled mind is helpless, indecision makes an unsettled mind. Most individuals lack the willpower to reach decisions promptly and to stand by them after they have been made, even during normal business conditions. During periods of economic unrest, like now, jobs, people laid off, working at home, pandemic. During periods of economic unrest, the individual is handicapped, not alone by his inherent nature to be slow at reaching decisions, but he is influenced by the decision of others around him who have created a state of mass indecision. During the Great Depression of the 1920s, the whole atmosphere all over the world was filled with forenza and worryitis, the two mental disease germs which began to spread themselves after the Wall Street frenzy in 1929. There is only one known antidote for these germs. It is a habit of prompt and firm decision-making. Moreover, it is an antidote which every individual must apply for themselves. We do not worry over conditions once we have reached the decision to follow a definite line of action. I once interviewed a young man who was to be electrocuted 2 hours later. I once interviewed somebody who was getting ready to be electrocuted in 2 hours. The condemned man was the calmest of some 8 men who were in the death cell with him. His calmness prompted me to ask him how it felt to know that he was going into eternity in a short while. With a smile of confidence on his face, he said, "It feels fine. Just think. He said, just think, my brother, my troubles will soon be over. I have nothing but trouble all my life. It has been hardship to get food and clothing. Soon I will not need those things. I have felt fine ever since I learned for certain that I'm going to die. I made up in my mind then to accept my fate in good spirit." As he spoke, he devoured a dinner of proportions sufficient for 3 men, eating every mouthful of the food brought to him and apparently enjoying it as much as if no disaster was coming for him. Decision gave this man resignation to his fate. Decision can also prevent one's acceptance of undesired circumstances. The 6 basic fears became translated into a state of worry through indecision. Relieve yourselves, my friends, forever the fear of death by reaching a decision to accept death as an inescapable event. If you realize that you ain't going to be able to get away from it, then you ain't going to have to worry about it. Whip the fear of poverty by reaching a decision to get along with whatever wealth you can accumulate without worry. Put your foot upon the neck of fear of criticism by reaching a decision not to worry about what other people think about you. Eliminate the fear of old age by reaching a decision to accept it, not as a handicap, but as a great blessing, which carries with it wisdom, self-control, and understanding not known to young people. Acquit yourself of the fear of ill health by the decision to forget the symptoms. Master the fear of loss of love by reaching a decision to get along without love, if that is necessary. Kill the habit of worry in all its forms by reaching a general blanket decision that nothing which life has to offer is worth the price of worry. With this decision will come poise, peace of mind, and calmness of thought, which will bring happiness. A person's mind who's filled with fear not only destroys their chances of intelligent action, but they also transmit destructive vibrations to the mind of all who come in contact with them and destroys their chances too. Even a dog or a horse knows when its master lacks courage. Moreover, a dog or a horse will pick up the vibrations of fear thrown off by its master and behave accordingly. Lower down the lines of intelligence in the animal kingdom, one finds this same capacity to pick up the vibrations of fear. Mind you, this is the movie we watched this morning, right? A creature that detects fear. This creature just so happens to be big, scary, and kills humans, but it only fed off your pheromones of fear. A honeybee immediately senses fear in the mind of the person for reasons unknown. Did you know that? A bee will sting the person whose mind is releasing vibrations of fear much more readily than it will molest the person whose mind registers no fear. So you guys see it, sidebar. You see it all the time. A beekeeper whose body is full of bees all over. They're just bees buzzing and just walking all over them and everything. And they're just calm and cool. They're not worried about getting stung. They don't give a shit. You know why? Because the bees know for what? For what? He ain't worried about me. I ain't worried about him. And those bees are all over that person. That's the beekeeper that's not worried about getting stung. But guess what happens to the person that sees one damn bee and is afraid that bee is chasing your ass all over the yard. The moment he get his second, the moment he can, you stung. Why can bees detect fear like that? We don't know. We don't know, but they can. Oh my God, look at that bee. Oh, bzz, and that motherfucker's coming to sting you. This one bee. Then you got somebody else that got thousands of bees on the same bee. thousands of bees on them, and ain't nothing happening. A honeybee immediately senses fear in the mind of the person for reasons unknown. A bee will sting the person whose mind is releasing vibrations of fear much more readily than it would molest the person whose mind registers no fear. The vibrations of fear pass from one mind to another just as quickly and as surely as the sound of the human voice passes from the broadcasting station to the receiving station of a radio, and by the self-same medium. Mental telepathy is a reality. Thoughts pass from one mind to another voluntarily, whether or not this fact is recognized by either the person releasing the thoughts or the person who picks up those thoughts. Sidebar, do you guys have any friends that you guys can be at an event and you guys are so in tune with each other you can communicate without speaking? Do any of you guys have friends where you and your girl, like ladies, do you have a friend that you are so closely associated with? Maybe it's a family member, a cousin, or maybe a sister. You guys can go to an event and across the fucking room, you can speak to each other as freely and as clearly as if you were talking using words. Fellas, you got the homie that you guys don't have to say nothing. You can just look at each other and know what the fuck you saying. Now, I know a lot of people is going to say it's all about the body language and the facial expressions and the nuances of that, but mental telepathy is real. Everybody, one's up.
Being number one isn't easy.
Throw your ones up. My man, Melvin Johnson has blessed the channel. This is dope. Going over the book this way is nice. Got to start it from the beginning. Yes, Melvin. Let me put him up on the channel. Melvin Johnson said, this is dope. Going over the book this way is nice. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And thank you for your support and blessing this channel with $5 when you didn't have to pay us. You could have kept that money and still said the same thing, but you said it with a super chat. Thank you so much. He said he's going to start the book from the beginning. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Please hurry up and read it. Grab a copy. You can get it for free on your phone in the Books app, or you can get a physical copy. I suggest everybody that wants to be wealthy and rich to get a physical copy. Blaze through the book and then start doing the processes that the book says. I'm going to do that in a separate video after this. And then jump on us. We read every week. We read every week, 3 days a week. So we got something new that we're reading starting Monday because this is the last chapter of this book. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. How many of you guys know somebody that you don't even have to speak? How many of you guys know somebody who has like a twin? And twins sometimes, how many mothers out there are in tune with their child? Like they get hunches and feelings that something happened. They worried. The hair raises on the back of their neck. They're like, whoa, let me just go check on my child. You just got to, let me go check on my child. And you go and you realize the baby is playing around with a plastic bag over their face. And you like, let me snatch this out before they suffocate. Something. Mental telepathy is real. The person who gives this expression, did I read that already? No. The person who gives expression by word of mouth to negative or destructive thoughts is practically certain to experience the results of those words in the form of a destructive kickback. The release of destructive thought impulses alone, without the aid of words, produces also a kickback in more ways than one. First of all, and perhaps most important to be remembered, the person who releases thoughts of a destructive nature must suffer damage through the breaking down of the faculty of creative imagination. Secondly, the presence in the mind of any destructive emotion develops a negative personality which repels people and often converts them into antagonists. The third source of damage to the person who entertains or releases negative thoughts lies in the significant fact these thought impulses are not only damaging to others, but they embed themselves in the subconscious mind of the person that's releasing them. When you talk negative thoughts, you're fucking planting negative seeds in your subconscious mind. And there becomes a part of that, and that negativity becomes a part of your character. That negativity becomes a part of your character. How many of you guys have a grandmother or an old bitter person, and you swear that you was not gonna be like them. Oh, they just so mean and nasty. Then you find yourself saying and doing mean and nasty shit yourself. It is embedded. First of all, it was the seed was planted from them because you was around that energy. And then third, you started spitting and spewing negative shit yourself. And you've embedded that into your subconscious. You got to get away from that, ladies and gentlemen. When a thought is released, it spreads in every direction through the medium of the ether, but it also plants itself permanently in the subconscious mind of the person releasing that negative thought. Your business in life, is to presumably to achieve success. To be successful, my friends, you must find peace of mind, acquire the materials needed of life, and above all, attain happiness. All of these evidences of success begin in the form of thought impulses. You may control your own mind. You have the power to feed it whatever thought impulses you choose. With this privilege goes also the responsibility of using it constructively. You are the master of your own earthly destiny, just as surely as you have the power to control your own thoughts. You may influence, direct, and eventually control your own environment, making your life what you want it to be, or you may neglect or to exercise the privilege which is yours to make your life to order, thus casting yourself upon the broad sea of circumstance. Here you will be tossed hither and yon like a chip on the waves of the ocean. The devil's worship, the seventh basic evil. The seventh basic evil. In addition, to the 6 basic fears, there is another evil by which people suffer. I wonder if this is you guys. I'm about to read this. Remember, we're supposed to be doing self-evaluation, right? You got to pay attention to yourself. So I'm about to read the 7th fear. It's not the basic fears, but it is the 7th fear. It is the 7th basic evil. We're self-evaluating, right? Honestly and accurately. Okay. In addition to the 6 basic fears that we just finished talking about, and we're almost done, there is another evil by which people suffer. It constitutes a rich soil in which the seeds of failure grow abundantly. It is so subtle that its presence often is not detected. This affliction cannot properly be classed as a fear per se. It is more deeply seated and more often fatal than all of the 6 fears. For want of a better name, let us call this evil susceptibility to negative influences. We're talking about the people that you hang around. Men who accumulate great riches always protect themselves against this evil. Men and women who are rich. I'm talking millionaires. So you want me to define the shit? $1 million people who have a net worth of $1 million or more. People who have a net worth of $1 million or more always protect themselves against this evil. The poverty-stricken never protect themselves against this. Those who succeed in any calling must prepare their minds to resist this evil. If you are reading this philosophy for the purpose of accumulating riches and getting to the bag, you should examine yourself very carefully to determine whether you are susceptible to negative influences. If you neglect this self-analysis, you will forfeit your right to attain the object of your desires. If you neglect to do this, ladies and gentlemen, you just forfeited all of your wealth of significance. Make the analysis searching. After you read the questions prepared for this self-analysis, hold yourself to a strict accounting in your own answers. Go to the task as carefully as you would search for any other enemy you knew to be waiting you in ambush, and deal with your own faults as you would a more tangible enemy. You can easily protect yourself against the highway robbers because the law provides organized cooperation for your benefit. But this seventh basic evil, it's more difficult to master because it strikes when you're not aware of its presence, when you are asleep, while you are awake. Moreover, it is a weapon of intangible because it consists of merely a state of mind. It's a mentality. This evil is also dangerous because it strikes in as many different forms as there are human experiences. Sometimes it enters the mind through the well meant words of one's own relatives, your cousin, your mama, your daddy, right? Your uncle, your aunt. You know who I'm talking about. At other times, it bores from within through one's own mental attitude. Always, it is as deadly as poison, even though it may not kill as quickly. How to protect yourself against negative influences. Ladies, we're getting ready to wrap this whole book up. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. To protect yourself against negative influences, whether of your own making or the result of the activities of negative people around you, right? Recognize that you have willpower and put it into constant use until it builds a wall of immunity against these negative influences in your own mind. Recognize the fact that you and every other human being are by nature lazy, indifferent, and susceptible to all suggestions which harmonize with your weakness. That's natural to every human being, you included. You're not exempt. Recognize that you are by nature susceptible to all the 6 basic fears and set up habits for the purpose of counteracting all these fears. Recognize that negative influences often work on you through your own subconscious mind. Therefore, they are difficult to detect, and keep your mind closed against all people who depress or discourage you in any way. All people who depress or discourage you in any way. Get rid of all people who depress or discourage you in anything that you want to do in any way. Clean out your medicine chest. Throw away all the pills. Stop pandering to get to colds and aches and pains and imaginary illnesses. Deliberately seek the company. Oh my God, listen to this last sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Deliberately seek the company of people who influence you to think and act for yourself. Do not expect troubles, as they have a tendency not to disappoint you if you expect them. Without doubt, the most common weakness of all human beings is the habit of leaving their minds open to negative influence of other people. This weakness is the more damaging because most people do not recognize that they are cursed by it, and many who acknowledge it neglect or refuse to correct the evil until it becomes an uncontrollable part of their daily habits. It's too late if you're around so many negative people and then now your shit is falling apart. The fuck you gonna do now? It's too late. Sidebar. Get rid of them negative people now while times are good. Oh, but I love her. Bruh, Shan, she's cool most of the time. Most of the time she's good. Oh, but I love him, Shan. He's good to me. He doesn't do that all the time. He's not like that generally. Okay. Yeah. Okay. To aid those who wish to help to see themselves as they really are, the following list of questions have been prepared. Read these questions and state your answers aloud to yourself, out loud. You can't just say it in your mind. You got to say it out loud so you can hear your own voice. This will make it easier for you to be truthful with yourself. When you say it out loud, I'm gonna turn the page. I know y'all could read this on the screen. I ain't gonna let you see it. When we turn the page, this is one of the actions that we have to do. When you read this out loud, it forces you to be more truthful with yourself. So that's why when you read it out loud, you can't just say it in your mind where it's nice and quiet and comfy and feels good and all sugary and shit. Fuck that. Here we go. Here's your self-analysis test question. Anyways, do you complain often of feeling bad? And if so, what is the cause? Do you find fault with other people at the slightest provocation? Road rage. You don't like how somebody changed lanes in front of you. Let me help you out in case you guys don't know. In case you think that you're so fucking perfect, let me help you out. You motherfuckers that get so pissed off at another driver. Do you frequently make mistakes in your work? And if so, why? This is the no big deal that I had an argument with in my past marriage. The no big deal. It's no big deal. Do you frequently find mistakes in your work? That's because when you find a problem, you just write it off as no big deal. Is everything no big deal for you? And if so, why? Are you sarcastic and offensive in your conversation? Do you always talk shit when you're talking to somebody? Can you ever get serious, or are you always joking or being sarcastic about something when you have conversations, serious conversations? Do you deliberately avoid the association of anyone? And if so, why? Is there anybody that you avoid? I just don't want to go around them. I just don't want to be around. I go when I know they're coming down the street. I go this way. I avoid them deliberately. I know they're going. I don't want to go. Who's going to be there? Do you ask at a party? Do you say who's going to be there? Because if them bitches is there, I ain't going. If such and such is going, I ain't going. I don't want to be. Is that what? Come on. Do you deliberately avoid somebody? Do you suffer frequently with indigestion? And if so, what is the cause? You can't even digest your food that good. It takes you forever to poop. Does life seem futile and the future hopeless to you? And if so, why? Do you like your occupation? And if not, why? Some of you are at work right now. Some of you are off today. Some of you have to go to work after the holiday is over. Some of you are going to be off later today. Some of you got to go to work this weekend. Do you like what you do for a job? Do you enjoy your occupation? Don't lie. Don't talk about the money. Would you do it if you didn't get paid? Would you do it if you didn't get paid? If you wouldn't do it, don't tell me you love it if you won't do it if you won't get paid. I'll do what I'm doing right now, reading to you guys without getting a single super chat, without getting paid. I enjoy. Do you do what you do without getting paid? Do you enjoy your occupation? And if not, why not? Do you often feel self-pity? And if so, why? Are you envious of those who excel you? People who do better than you. People who got more money than you. People who may look better than you. People who have more things than you. Do you envy them? To which do you devote the most time of thinking? Of success? Or do you think of failure the most? Are you gaining or losing self-confidence as you get older? Ladies, particularly. Do you learn something of value from all the mistakes you make? Are you permitting some relative or friend of yours to worry you? And if so, why? Are you sometimes in the clouds, daydreaming, and other times in depths of despondency? It's just like do you sometimes zone out? Who has the most inspiring influence upon you? And what is the cause for their inspiration? Who inspires you the most? Do you tolerate negative or discouraging influences that you can actually avoid? but you tolerate it. You deal with it. You can avoid it, but you deal with it. Are you careless of your personal appearance? And if so, when and why? Do you give a fuck about how you look? Do you care about what you wear? Do you care about, fellas, you struggling with that beard? You just don't give a fuck about a haircut. What's your hair look like, man? Do you keep do you have a scraggly bald head? Do you keep your beard trimmed? What about the clothes you wear? Are you wearing that raggedy ass t-shirt again today? Throw it in the trash, man. Have you learned how to drown your troubles by being too busy to be annoyed by them? Would you call yourself a spineless weakling if you permitted others to do your thinking for you? If you permitted other people to do your thinking for you, would you call yourself a spineless weakling? Do you neglect internal bathing until auto intoxication makes you ill-tempered and irritable? Do you keep everything balled up like a knot inside? How many preventable disturbances annoy you, and why do you tolerate them? Do you resort to drinking and smoking to quiet your nerves? Ooh. And if so, why do you not try willpower instead? Do you need to drink your worries away? Do you need to smoke to calm down? And why you don't think you can do that all by yourself using willpower? Does anyone nag you? And if so, for what reason? Does anybody nag you? A wife? A coworker? A husband? Do you have a definite major purpose? And if so, what is it? And what plan have you for achieving it? Do you suffer from any of the 6 basic fears that I just read this morning earlier? If you do, which ones? I told you guys to keep it 100 with yourselves. Have you a method by which you can shield yourself against the negative influences of others? Do you have a method that you can block out the negative people who try to influence themselves upon you? Do you make deliberate use of autosuggestion to make your mind more positive? Which do you value the most? Your material shit? Your privilege of controlling your own thoughts? Are you easily influenced by others against your own judgment? Do you, such and such said so. I was going to do this, but what do you think? Has today added anything of value to your stock of knowledge or state of mind? Do you face squarely the circumstances which make you unhappy, or sidestep the responsibility of doing that? Do you analyze all the mistakes and failures and try to profit by them, or do you take the attitude that this is not your duty? Can you name 3 of your most damaging weaknesses? Can you? Or you don't think you got none? You don't got none? You don't have none, right? You can't name 3? What are you doing to correct them if you can name them? You just saying, fuck it, that's just me? Oh, well, that's just me. Do you encourage other people to bring their worries to you for sympathy? Do you invite in all the pity party? Do you go to every pity party that you invited to? Do you go to every time you sent an invite to a new pity party? Do you go? You want to fix all the birds with a broken wing? Do you choose from your daily experience lessons or influences which aid you in your personal advancement? Does your presence have a negative influence on other people, let's keep it 100. When you're around, the motherfuckers will be like, damn, why are you here? Why are you here? You know if people are like, oh, fuck, such and such is here. Or they just happy to, or people just happy to have you. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I hate that you missed. Why didn't you come? We were looking for you. Do you get that, or do you not get none of that at all? Because most people ain't gonna say, I'm glad you didn't come. We don't want your ass to run. They're not gonna say that, but you know the disposition that you set when you step into a room. And is it negative generally? What habits of other people annoy you the most? What do other people do that annoy you? Grinding their teeth, biting their fork when they eat, chewing ice, chewing gum with their mouth open. What is it for you? What habits of other people annoy you? Do you form your own opinions of or permit yourself to be influenced by other people? Have you learned how to create a mental state of mind with which you can shield yourself against all discouraging influences? Does your job that you have right now, your occupation, does it inspire you with faith and hope or nah? Are you conscious of possessing spiritual forces of sufficient power to enable you to keep your mind free from all forms of fear? Does your religion, whether you're Christian, whether you're Jewish, whether you're, Muslim, whatever your religion is, does it help you keep your own mind positive? Think about it and be truthful. Maybe you're Seventh-day Adventist. Maybe you're Jehovah's Witness. Does your religion help you to keep your mind positive? Do you feel it your job, your duty, to share other people's worries? Do you take on other people's burdens? Do you always, other people have issues, and so you need to, you take on their issues. Always helping. I take that back. Not always helping. You take on the burden of other people's problems. Somebody else is broke, so you feel it necessary to feel bad about them being broke. If you believe that birds of a feather flock together, what have you learned about yourself by studying the friends in whom you attract? Not the friends that you keep friendships with, but the kind of motherfuckers that seem to always come into your life. The kind of people you attract. Do you attract? I'm not saying that you hang. We're not talking about the ones you keep. I'm talking about the ones that seem to always come to you. Do you attract people of prosperity and well-being and wealthy, financially sound and smart, drive good cars, live in nice homes, go to nice school? Or do you attract niggas? Y'all know what I mean by niggas. Is that who you fuck with? Is that who you seem to always, is that who always ends up at your apartment? What connection, if any, do you see between the people with whom you associate most closely and any unhappiness you may experience? Why are you connected with your inner circle? Like the people that you connect with, the people you rock with, why? Why? Like, what's the connection between you guys? Is it a business connection? Is it a personal connection? Why are you around them? Like, what's the reason? What's the glue in your friendship? Could it be possible that some person whom you consider to be a friend is, in reality, your worst enemy because of this negative influence on your mind? Do you just think, maybe potentially, they're a hater? They're around you for the wrong reasons, but they're still your friend. By what rules do you judge who was helpful and who was damaging to you? How do you determine who's helping you and who's hurting you? Like, what rules do you use to make that determination? Are your intimate associates, the people you fucking, that's where I'm gonna go with. You could be intimate with people without sex, but I'm talking about the people you are in bed with, that you are exchanging bodily fluids with? Are the people that you are exchanging bodily fluids with mentally mentally superior or inferior to you? Here's a question for you guys. How much time out of 24 hours do you devote to A, your job, your occupation? B, sleeping. C, chilling, relaxing. D, acquiring useful knowledge, learning something new. And E, you just waste time. You're just wasting time doing a bunch of nothing. Who amongst your friends encourages you the most? Of all your friends, when you talk to them, you're going to get some encouragement. Who amongst all your friends tell you, be cautious? Girl, you need to worry about that. You need to worry about that. Be careful of that. Who discourages you the most? Of the people that you know who you talked to this past week? They're always discouraging you. They're like, I don't know if you should. I don't know about that. Because I heard that's not really good because you can lose a lot of money. Like, they discourage you. They don't encourage you. They discourage you. And then of your friends, who helps you the most in like other ways, whether it's, fitness or maybe in nutrition or maybe in dating, who helps you in other ways? Here's a question for you guys. What is your greatest worry? Why do you even tolerate that worry? When other people offer you free, unsolicited advice, do you accept it without any question, or do you analyze their motive? Like, why are you giving me that? Why are you helping me? What's up with that? Are you willing to subordinate all other desires for this one? Oh, I skipped something. I'm sorry. What above all else do you most desire? Do you intend to acquire it? What do you want the most right now? I know you wanted, as a kid, you wanted a pony. I know, right? As a little boy, you wanted a bike. That was what you wanted the most. You wanted that video game. You wanted nothing else on the planet more than that. But as an adult and where you are today, what do you desire the most? Right now. It might be money. It might be marriage. I don't know what it is. What do you desire the most? And do you intend to get it? Here's another part. Are you willing to subordinate all your other desires to get that one? How much time every day do you devote to getting that desire? Hold on. Do you change your mind often? Like you know what? I have an idea to do. I'm not doing that no more. I'm over here doing this. I don't want to do that no more. I'm going to change. I want to do, yeah, I like that color. No, I want to switch to this color. Do you change your mind often? Do you usually finish everything that you start? Are you easily impressed by other people's business and professional titles, colleges, degrees, or wealth? Did you just, oh my God, you're a doctor, or you're an attorney, or you're an esquire, or you have what kind of, you do what? Oh my God, that's so amazing. Are you easily influenced by what other people think or say of you? Do you cater to people because of their social or financial status? If somebody got a whole bunch of followers, or suddenly here's a test. Do you like on a whole bunch of celebrities and shit? You follow a whole bunch of celebrities. You like all the celebrity photos. They don't even know you. They don't even know you. They'll never know you. But you comment on their photos, you like their pictures. You don't even like all your friends, though. People that you should be liking and supporting, you don't fuck with them. But you instead, and I'm not saying that this should be, because I don't really follow a lot of people on my Instagram, right? I only follow my own businesses. However, do you know people, or do you, this is really for you, do you support motherfuckers that you don't know because they're popular? Because they sing a song? Because they're well known? They have a lot of social influence. And so you support them? Do you cater to them because of their financial status? Because somebody got a lot of money? A lot of people claim to have a lot of money. They make it seem like they're rich and they got it all going on. And so you cater to that person? Whom do you believe to be the greatest person alive right now? Who do you believe to be the greatest person alive right now today? In what respect is this person superior to you? Whoever this person is that's greatest alive today, why are they better than you? How much time have you devoted to studying and answering these questions? At least once a day is necessary for the analysis and the answering of the entire list. If you have answered all these questions truthfully, you know more about yourself than the majority of people. Study the questions carefully, come back to them once a week for several months, and be astounded at the amount of additional knowledge of great value to yourself you will have gained by the simple method of answering the questions truthfully. If you are not certain concerning the answers to some of the questions, seek the counsel of those who know you well, not the yes men, the people that'll tell you the truth, especially those who have no motive in flattering you and see yourself through their eyes. The experience will be astonishing. You have absolute control over but one thing, and that is your thoughts. You have 100% control over your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. This is the most significant and inspiring of all facts known to man. It reflects man's divine nature. This divine prerogative is the sole means by which you may control your own destiny. If you fail to control your own mind, you may be sure you will control nothing else. If you cannot control your own mind, you ain't controlling nothing else. If you must be careless with your possessions, let it be in connection with material things, money, cars, bullshit, clothes, jewelry, stuff like that. Your mind is your spiritual estate. Protect and use it with the care to which divine royalty is entitled. You were given a willpower for this very purpose. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, now hear me clear. There is no legal protection against those who, either by design or ignorance, poison the minds of others by negative suggestion. This form of destruction should be punishable by heavy legal penalties because it may, and often does, destroys one chance of acquiring material things which are protected by law. Men with negative minds tried to convince Thomas Edison that he could not build a machine that would record and reproduce the human's voice. They didn't think that he was going to make a record player or a recorder to make the record, because they said no one else had ever produced such a machine before you. Edison did not believe them. He knew that the mind can produce anything. He knew the mind could produce anything the mind could conceive and believe, and that the knowledge was the thing that lifted the great Edison above the common herd. Man, there's no legal. There's YouTube channels. Sidebar. There's YouTube channels that teach negativity. There's cartoons that you need to watch out for that will indoctrinate your children. And you got to be careful of these cartoons. There's movies that you can watch. It's not against the law to make a movie about whatever the fuck you want to make it about. But it's up to you to watch that bullshit. It's up to you to watch the right channels and subscribe to the right people on YouTube. Men with negative minds told F.W. Woolworth that he would go broke trying to run a store on 5 and 10-cent sales. He didn't believe him. He knew that he could do anything within reason. If he backed his plans with faith, exercising his right to keep other men's negative suggestions out of his mind, he piled up a fortune of more than $100 million. Men with negative minds told George Washington he could not hope to win against the vastly superior forces of the British, but he exercised his divine right to believe. Therefore, this book was published under the protection of the Stars and Stripes, while the name of the Lord Cornwallis has all been but forgotten. Doubting Thomases, that's what we call them, right? You're a Debbie Downer and a doubting Thomas. Doubting Thomases scoffed scornfully when Henry Ford tried out his first crudely built automobile on the streets of Detroit. Some said the thing would never become practical, the automobile. It would be, what are you making, dude? We got horses for that, right? Others said no one would pay money for such a contraption like a car. Like, why should we buy an automobile? I have this wonderful horse and carriage. Ford said, I'm going to belt the earth with the dependable motor cars. And he did. His decision to trust his own judgment has already piled up a fortune far greater than the next 5 generations of his descendants can squander. For the benefit of seeking vast riches, let it be remembered that practically the sole difference between Henry Ford and the majority of more than 100,000 men who work for him is this: Ford, and Ford alone, has a mind and controls it, and others have minds which they do not try to control. Henry Ford has been repeatedly mentioned because he is an astounding example of what a man with a mind of his own and a will to control it can accomplish. His record knocks the foundation from under what time-worn alibi, I never had a chance. Henry Ford said, he beats that. That's no longer an excuse. Ford never had a chance. He never had a chance either, but he created an opportunity and backed it with persistence until it made him richer than Croesus. Mind control is the result of self-discipline and habit, my friends. You either control your mind or it controls you. There is no hallway compromise. The most practical of all methods for controlling the mind is the habit of keeping it busy with a definite purpose backed by a definite plan. Study the record of any man who achieves noteworthy success, and you will observe that he has control over his own mind. Moreover, that he exercises that control and directs it towards the attainment of definite objectives. Without this control, success is not possible. 57 famous alibis by Old Man If. People who do not succeed have one distinguishing trait in common. Listen, people who do not succeed, failures, all your friends that fail, you that may fail, everybody who don't succeed in some shit have one common thing in common. This is what I try to avoid when I embark myself upon new ventures like YouTube and to build a YouTube channel. You know, I know there's millions of people that tried to YouTube before me, right? People who don't succeed have one distinguishing trait in common. They know all the reasons for failure and have what they believe to be airtight alibis to explain away their own lack of achievement. Everybody has a fucking excuse as to why they didn't win. Some of these alibis are really clever, and a few of them are justifiable by the facts. But alibis cannot be used for money. The world wants to know only one thing: have you achieved success? A character and an analyst compiled a list of the most commonly used alibis. As you read this list, examine yourself carefully and determine how many of these alibis. Remember, too, the philosophy presented in this book makes every one of these alibis obsolete. If I didn't have a wife and a family, I'd be able to do this. But because I got a wife and a family, I can't do this. Oh, if I had enough pull, but I don't got no pull over there. If I had the money, man. So if only I had the money. If I was smart enough, if only I had a better education. Man, I went to the wrong school. If I could just get a job. If I could get a job, I'd be good. But man, I won't nobody hire me. Oh man, if I could just get good health, but I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm always, man, I just need to be stronger. I'm gonna wait till I get stronger. Hopefully I get in better health, man. It's too. Oh, if only I had more time, man. I don't really got enough time. I would, but it's a little too tight right now. I don't have the time to do that. Man, shit. Today, you want me to do that today in today's economy? Nah, man. If times is better, then yeah. If times is better, then yeah. But right now, nah, man. Not in today's economy. If other people just understood me, if people just understood me, then it'd be easier. But motherfuckers don't get me. And man, if only I was in a different situation right now, man. But my conditions and my situation right now is not really. I can't do it right now. Just like where I'm at right now, my situation, Shan. Wow, if only I could live my life all over again. I wasted, man. If only I could do it all over again. If I did not fear what they would say, I'm just like, but what they gonna say? Well, what are they gonna say? I do it, but like, what are they gonna say? If only they gave me a chance, I would have, but I didn't have a chance. They had an opportunity. I didn't get that. You know what I'm saying? They grew up where they grew up and where they had it is different. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't had that, so I wouldn't even given the opportunity. I didn't have a chance. If I now had a chance, I wasn't given a chance back then, but I don't even got a chance now, man. They won't give me a chance right now. I'm trying, but every time I call, I can't get through. I go up there. They never there. They don't let me in. I got to make it. They won't even give me a chance now. Man, if I didn't have all these people that was hating against me, but I got these other people. They have it in for me, man. I got these haters, bruh. They try, everybody's. I would, but these people, they hating them. They don't even. These motherfuckers, man. They holding the brother down, man. They got their foot on my neck. They got their foot on my neck, man. They holding me back. If these people wouldn't hold me back. Mm-hmm. Well, if nothing happens to stop me, I would go, but it might be a roadblock. So, but if I don't know, so what happens when you get that far? What stops, what can happen? Mm-hmm. Oh man, I'm 50, y'all. I'm 50. It's too late. I'm almost 50. I'm 49. My birthday's in June. If only I was younger. Yeah, it's too late for me. If I should have did it 20 years ago, but now that I'm 49, maybe when I was 29, but I'm 49 now, so nah, I can't start. I want to start that. Nobody's not even going to pay attention to me. It's not going to really work out. I'm too old. Mm-hmm. Wait, if I could only do what I want, I bet it's so many rules, man. Like I would do it, but they got all these restrictions and shit. I can't. Like they got like you can't do this, you can't do that. They got all these rules. I can't. So I ain't want to, man. I ain't want to give it a shot, man. Because you know what? Because they got all these. I got to follow all these instructions and shit. And they trying to hold me back. And it's only me. They only hold me back. You know what I'm saying? The man, you know, they got this. It's systemic, bro. It's systemic. They got this whole system to hold me back. Man, I can't do it because, you know, like you grew up, you was rich when you grew up. I wasn't rich. I was poor. I'm from the hood. If I was born rich, I wouldn't be having this issue. But I started from the bottom. You know, we barely could eat, and we had roaches, and it was 4 of us in one bedroom, and we had no Christmas gifts. The fuck, I can't do it like that. I mean, but if I was you, like rich, then yeah. Mm-hmm. Man, if I could only meet the right people. Like everybody I know is bull. Like I don't know nobody like that. Like all my friends is just they don't know no shit like that. Like I'm the smartest person in my crew of you know, I don't even know nobody like that. I just need to meet the right people, man. I can't, you know, I don't know nobody that can help me. So I don't know the right people. If only I was better. You know, I don't have the talent to do that, man. If I could run faster, or if I had to, you know, but I got this, you know, I got a problem with my knees, man. I can't bend, and you know, they got better talent than me. I can't move like them. Mm-hmm. If I dared to assert myself, if only I had more courage. It just, you know, them motherfuckers is ruthless in there, man. I ain't ready for that, man. I freeze up. I'm not assertive enough, man. If only I had embraced my path. Man, I had the chance. God. So look, I had the opportunity and I missed it. So fuck it. I mean, that was there. They came. They wanted me, right? But I couldn't do it because fill in the blank. And so I missed that opportunity. So, you know what? It's all good, though. It's all good. You know, life, it's all good. I made best of it. You know, you feel me? I mean, but I had the opportunity. I just, you know, it never came around again. So it's all good. I'm doing what I can. Mm-hmm. I'm sick of these. If they only, I would, but they get on my damn nerves. I mean, I probably could do that. I could probably move up, or I could probably, all I got to do is, but I don't want to, because they get on my goddamn, because the people over there, they get on my nerves, and I don't want to be bothered with them. I don't want to be bothered with them. So that's why I'm going to just stay right over here. I'm fine where I'm at because I don't want to deal with them. Mm-hmm. If I didn't have to keep house and look after the children, I'm a mother. You know, I got to raise my kid. I would, but I ain't got no babysitter. I got to raise my children. I don't have the time. I'm just, you know, I'm a single man. My baby mama be dropping the kids off, man. I can't. I got to watch the kids, bro. Shit, you know, if I didn't have these kids, I would, but I can't, man, because when I ain't with the kids, I don't got the time. Or you know, if my baby daddy would help a little bit. If my baby daddy would just help some, but I can't because fuck, I gotta take kids to school, and then I gotta pick them up. They out of school by 2. I don't have no time to do that. So, you know, and then I got to clean the house, and I'm always cleaning up after them. I don't have no time. My kids. Oh, yeah. If only I could save some more money, man. But shit, bruh, every time I get a check, I need all the bread. I mean, my bills, man, you know, the water bill, my car note. Then I got to get insurance. They raise the insurance on me. I don't got no extra money. I can't save no money. I can't save 10%. I can't put 10%. I need all of that. I don't have, it's hard right now, man. I ain't got the money. I don't have no money that I could put aside to save none. Man, I would, but my boss is a hater. My supervisor be fucking hating on me. They don't even appreciate the shit that I do around here. The fuck? In fact, she took credit for the thing that I did at the last meeting. She stood up and made it seem like she did that shit all by herself. So, I mean, that's why I don't even fuck with them. So I would, but if my boss doesn't appreciate me, but I need this job, so I'm not really tripping. I'm just fuck it. I would if they appreciated me, but they don't. They're hating on me, and I ain't gonna be here too much longer. If only I had somebody to help me. If my family understood me. If I lived in a big city, I'm in this small country town. It's us folk here in this small country town. We can't do that. But if I was in the city, if I moved to LA, it's on and popping. But I'm out here in this small little town. So if I could just get started, if I were only free, I don't have no time. If I had the personality of, I love their personality. She is so amazing. I wish I had her personality. She's so energetic and so enlightening. She's such an encouragement. I wish I was like her. I'm too fat, man. Yo, man, I'm just I'm too y'all shit. I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy, man. I can't do that. I'm just fat boy. I'm fat, man. You know, that's for y'all skinny niggas. Y'all skinny, skinny bitches are evil, as the book was written by Monique. This is what was influencing you lately. Skinny bitches are evil. You said, I talk sidebar. I talk about fit, feminine, friendly, faithful, and fun. And you women give pushback on getting fucking fit. Any woman that gives me pushback on getting fit, don't talk to me. I damn sure ain't dating you. So you can forget that. But the fact that you give pushback or excuses about fitness, you know why? You were indoctrinated with books like Skinny Bitches Are Evil, written by Monique, who turned around and got fit later on and now teaches about good health. You women who champion Lizzo, we're not on the same sheet of music. If I wasn't so fat, it would be, but that's for y'all skinny motherfuckers. If my talents were known, I'm better than everybody else on set. I'm better than all of them, but I just need to get discovered. Like, nobody is better than me. Like, I'm better than all of these bitches. They don't know what they're doing, but they like it when it's my turn, I do it the right way. But these they don't know what they're doing, but nobody, I just need to get discovered. Like, so share me, please, put me out there, because they need to see that, nobody sees my talents. Right. If I could just get a break, I just need a big break. Right. If I could only get out of debt, man, I owe so many people. I owe too much money. Fuck, man, I can't my credit is in the tank. I ain't got no good credit, man. My score is like a 430, bruh. I got my school loans. I can't, I'm stuck, man. I failed, man. I tried it, dude, and it didn't work out. I ain't doing that shit no more. Fuck that. I was with a woman like that, but man, my last one, she was like, fuck that, man. It's not for me. Marriage ain't for me. I failed at it already, bro. I'm not, that ain't, man, that's some bullshit. Right. If only I knew, man. I didn't know. Nobody told me. I didn't know. Oh, man, I wish I would have known. It's funny. Sidebar. I'm laughing because I know people that spits all this same shit. Some of them are me. Some of the shit that I'm saying in here, I'm doing my own self-assessment too, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hearing myself in some of the shit that I'm saying. And I'm hearing other people that I know. I'm only concerned with myself. If everybody didn't oppose me, if I didn't have all these people that was hating on me, if I didn't have so many worries, but I'm worried about my mother, I'm worried about my father, I'm worried, my car's getting ready. The engine is knocking and I don't know what that sound is. And I don't know if my car's going to make it that far. If I could only marry the right woman, man, these bitches out here, bruh, Man, I can't, man, fuck that, Shan. They all fucked up out here, man. This dating game is fucked up, Shan. I'm trying to tell you, Shan, you don't know. I mean, you older, so, you know, maybe the old, but man, I'm fucking with these young chicks, man. These girls, man, they don't, man, I can't find the right one, man. So, you know, I mean, if I had the right woman on my team, bro, if I had the right woman, I'd be set. But, you know, right, bro. Right. Man, if everybody wasn't so stupid, like everybody over there is stupid. I mean, I'm not going to do that shit because I'm not going to be over there with all them stupid motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. All of them are stupid. Okay. If my family wasn't so lavish and extravagant, they're like so bougie and they just do too much. My family does way too much. I'm just, you know, I would, but I'm not sure if I could do it. I'm not sure if I could. I'm not sure. I would, but I don't think I'm strong enough. I mean, okay, so I'll work on it a little. I mean, I'll give it I'll work on it, but I don't think it's for me. I don't think I'm good enough to do that. Not right now. Not right now. Man, the shit don't never work out for me though. I be trying, but I don't know how them motherfuckers be getting so lucky. Because every time I try it don't ever work out. Man, I go every time one time I put up like all this money and I lost all of it, bro. Nah, man, luck ain't on my side. I'm not doing that, man. I need to, when I get a stroke of luck, then I'll give it a shot. I need some luck. I need luck. Oh, that's what you need, luck? Okay. I was born at the wrong time. I mean, I know I am a Gemini. But fuck, if I was just a Virgo or a Pisces. But Geminis, we don't do that. Like, we got two personalities and it should just be like, but I know a gang of Scorpios and Sagittariuses. The Sagittariuses, I know so many Sagittariuses like that, but I'm a Gemini. So what the fuck? Do you expect a Gemini to do that? I mean, I love being a Gemini, but for that Geminis don't do that shit. I need to be a Leo, a Taurus. You was born the wrong month. That's why you don't succeed. Okay. Well, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. If it were not true that what is to be will be. What it is what it is. Fate. The stars need to align. The stars need to align and all the 8 chakras need to come into harmony with each other. And if they don't do that, then it's not going to work. What is will be. What will be will be. But you have to make sure the universe is talking to you. And if it doesn't come together in the right spiritual harmony of the cameo of the fucking celestial stars of whatever the fuck earthly shit you want to give an excuse to. I could tell you stories on that too. I was in a relationship where that, and they still do that shit today. No positive outcomes, much and nothing either. If I didn't work so hard, man. If I didn't work so hard, Shan, but man, I just worked so hard, bro. I'm tired. I'm worn out, man. But I do 60 hours. Man, it feels like I'm doing 12-hour days. You know, I'm on call. Oh my God. Then I gotta travel. Then it takes my commute. Oh man. I would, but I lost all my fucking money. Last time I tried it, I lost everything, man. I ain't trying that again. I lost all my money. If I only lived in, man, see, y'all grew up in you grew up in Hanson Hills, huh? See, y'all up there I was in the projects, bro. Ah, man, I would. But that ain't for no niggas in the projects, bro. I'm in the man. I grew up. I'm from the jungles. I grew up in the jungles, my nigga. You grew up in Hanson Hills. Y'all was in that bougie shit. I bet you had your own bedroom, you had your own bathroom and shit. But you have food. But I'm from the hood, my nigga. I can't, man. If I would have grew up where you grew up, see, we was down here in the Avs, but y'all was up there in the Dons. Y'all grew up in the Dons. All them kids in the Dons, y'all had it good, but we down here in the Avs, my nigga, we can't. Right. See, I have a past, and everybody kind of knows, I was young and I was dumb and I was doing a lot of stupid shit when I was in my 20s, and it's like it's on the internet. It's on the internet. I made good money. But there's pictures of me and there's videos of in it. So I have I can't because everybody kind of knows who I am. I can't do that now. Really? Man, if I had my own business, I'd do that shit. I ain't got my own business, man. It's too complicated. You gotta get that number, and you gotta get like business credit, right? Like you do that on your business. How'd you get your truck? You got it on your business credit? See, man, I need a business first. I can't, you got a business, like you started like your own business, but I don't know how to do that shit. So nah, fuck that. That's not me, bro. Nobody listens to me. I be trying to talk to people, but nobody listens to me. I they ignore me. It's like I go to them all the time and I try to, but they don't care. So I'm not doing that. Like nobody even thinks that it's gonna work. I don't even get a chance to explain it. No, so nobody listens to me. And this is the greatest of them all. I had the courage to see myself as I really am. I would find out what is wrong with me and correct it. And then I might have a chance to profit by my mistakes and learn something from the experience of others. For I know that there is something wrong with me, or I would know, or I would now be where I would have been if I had spent more time analyzing my weaknesses and less time building alibis to cover them up. Building alibis, my friends, with which to explain away all your failures is a national pastime. The habit is as old as the human race and is fatal to success. Why do people cling to their pet alibis? The answer is obvious. They defend their alibis because they created them. They defend their alibis because they made them up themselves. A man's alibi is the child of his own imagination. It is the human nature to defend one's own brainchild. Building alibis is a deeply rooted habit. Habits are difficult to break, especially when they provide justification for something that we do. Plato had this truth in mind when he said, "The first and best victory is to conquer self. To be conquered by self is, of all things, the most shameful and vile." Another philosopher had the same thought in mind when he said, "It was a great surprise to me when I discovered that most of the ugliness I saw in others was but a reflection of my own nature." It has been a mystery to me, said Elbert Hubbard, why people spend so much time deliberately fooling themselves by creating alibis to cover their weaknesses. It is used differently. This same time would be sufficient to cure the weakness, then no alibis would be needed. If you spent more time fixing the problem than fucking making up excuses for it, you wouldn't have a problem to begin with. In parting, I would remind you that life is a checkerboard, and the player opposite of you is time. Life is a checkerboard, and the player that you're playing against is time. If you hesitate, my friends, and this is to all you that's listening to your boy Shan, If you hesitate before moving or neglect to move promptly, your men on the checkerboard will be wiped off the board by time. You are playing against a partner who will not tolerate indecision. Previously, you may have had a logical excuse for not having forced life to come through with whatever you asked, but that alibi is now obsolete because you are in possession of the master key that unlocks the door to life's bountiful riches. Your boy Shannon and the book Think and Grow Rich. The master key is intangible, but it is powerful. It is the privilege of creating in your own mind a burning desire for a definite form of riches. There is no penalty for the use of this key, but there, but there is a price you must pay if you do not use it. The price is failure. There is a reward of stupendous proportions if you put the key to use. It is the satisfaction that comes to all who conquer self and force life to pay whatever it is asked. The reward is worthy of your effort. Will you make the start and be convinced? If you were related, said the immortal Emerson, we shall meet. In closing, may I borrow his thought and say, if we are all related, we have, through these pages, met. We read a book. If you guys were with me every day that I read this book, you read this book. Even if you didn't pay attention to everything I said, you read this book. You can now officially say you read the book Think and Grow Rich. Let's go over the last key ideas of chapter 15. Number 1 is indecision becomes doubt, which becomes fear. Number 2, there are 6 basic fears. They are the fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health, the fear of loss of love of someone, the fear of old age, and the fear of death. Number 3, key. The fear of poverty is a state of mind, is a mentality, ladies and gentlemen, nothing else. Poverty is a state of mind. It's not where you live. It's not where you grew up. It's not that you grew up in the projects or in the hood, that you don't have heat, that you ain't got no food in the refrigerator. It's a fucking state of mind. The symptom of the fear of poverty are indifference, indecision, doubt, worry, overcaution, procrastination, and expecting poverty instead of demanding riches. Criticism plants fear in the mind. The symptoms of the fear of criticism are self-consciousness, lack of poise, indecisive personality, inferiority complex, extravagance, lack of initiative, and lack of ambition. The fear of ill health is related to the fear of old age and the fear of death. People can be made ill by suggestion. Oh, you look terrible. So then next thing you know, you are terrible. The symptoms of fear of ill health are negative autosuggestion, hypochondria, avoidance of exercise. I hope did my mic get louder when I said that directly? Avoidance of exercise. Susceptibility, self-coddling, and intemperance. 10. The fear of loss of love is the most painful of all the 6 basic fears. Women are more susceptible to the fear of loss of love than men. The symptom of fear of loss of love is jealousy, fault-finding, and gambling. The fear of old age is related to a fear of poverty. It is also related to a fear of ill health and the fear of death. The symptoms of fear of old age are the tendency to slow down, calling oneself old, and dressing too youthful. You're putting on some shit you ain't got no business putting on. Number 15, the fear of death is because no one really knows what happens after we die. If you believe that energy is neither created nor destroyed, then the fear of death is wiped out because nothing ever dies. The main symptom of the fear of death is thinking about dying. The way to overcome any of these fears is to decide to not be afraid of them, period. That's the symptom. That's the solution. You may control your own mind, my friends. You have the power to feed it whatever thought impulses you choose. With this privilege goes the responsibility of using it constructively. The 7th basic evil is susceptible to negative influences. To protect yourself from this, use willpower and set up habits that counteract each fear. There are some self-analysis test exercises you must do to enable to see yourself as you really are. You may be stunned by the results. They are included with the spaces to write your answers in the workbook. Click here to now get your workbook. I'm going to just click that and pull it up just to see. How do I pull up a... The hell? That took me to some bullshit. Let me close it out. That URL no longer works. I'll find an alternative for us. It'll be part of our recap. Number 23, you have to know your own alibis. Because remember, you created your alibis. That's why you protect them. That's why you care about them so much, because you created them yourself. Of personal excuses, you defend them because they said it. You have to know your alibis of personal excuses, and you defend them because you created them. 24, you are in possession of the master key that unlocks the door to life's bountiful riches. The master key is intangible. It's not something that you can touch, feel, but it is powerful. It is the privilege of creating in your own mind a burning desire for a definite form of riches. There is no penalty for the use of the key, but there is a price you must pay if you don't use the key. And the price that you pay is failure. There is a reward of stupendous money proportions if you put the key to use. And that's it. Who did this book? Oh, a brother. I bought a book that was redone. All the key ideas in the book was done by this brother. Talks Oyagunal. That's the book that I bought on here. What is this? Special bonus, Rich Consultant Success Secret Books. Yeah, he need to get his domain together. Can you really think and grow rich? Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all still with me? Are y'all still with your boy? Who's here? Who's here? Throw your ones up if you're here.
Being number one isn't easy.
Throw your ones up if you're here. Oh, I'm scrolling. I see the claps. I see the claps. I see the claps. I see all my friends, all my loved ones. We read the book, you guys. There you go.
Being number
so
one isn't easy.
Princessa, Marvelette, RG, RCC, Miss Drea, Steven, Sherry, oh my God, everybody's here. The people that matter. The people that matter is here. Crazy, right? Why is the table hitting the camera? There we go. We read the book. That was our first book, first of many. I'm glad you guys are here. Listen, so what's going to happen is this. I'm going to kill this live. I'm going to start another live. We're going to go live again before Monday, because on the next live, I'm going to do a recap on this book, and I'm going to tell you guys what we're reading next. Here's what's important. The next reading is not something that you have to pay for. I'm going to provide you the text. I'm going to send you, everybody's going to get the link to what we're reading next so you can read along. You can take the text. It's going to be in PDF format so you can print it out and have a copy physical. I would prefer that you print it out and have a physical copy. So you can write and highlight things that's written in it. Or you can just keep it on your computer. Or if you have an iPad, you can highlight and do all that kind of stuff that you can highlight and underscore the PDF using your iPad. Hopefully you guys got a modern iPad that's going to be able to help you do this stuff. Or you have a tablet, an Android tablet. Or you can, it's easier when you got where's my stuff? Oh, it's over there charging. I have an Apple Pencil. And so I do things with my Apple Pencil, and I charge things, you know, I do all of that stuff with those. I have 2 iPads with 2 Apple Pencils. I got one that I don't even use. I bought it for somebody who let me down. I bought it for somebody who let me down. I had to take it back. So I have 2 iPads. But the point is, hopefully you guys are going to have a copy. You don't have to spend any money on our next reading. It's a short read. We're going to be done before New Year's. We're going to be done with it before New Year's. Everybody, I got to give a shout out to RCC 72. We got to give a shout out.
Being number one isn't easy.
He said, oh man, this is the book club dues, baby. And mind you, he already gave us $20. So he's become the stream sponsor, the sole stream sponsor. He's already gave $20. So that makes his investment into this particular channel $40. He's invested into our success. RCC 72 has. This brother is my age. He is my peer. RCC 72 is my peer. Thank you, RCC 72, for the $40 that you have contributed to me today. Not to forget the hundreds of dollars that you've contributed to me in the past. Thank you for contributing to making this story a success. I won't let you down, bro. Shout out to you. Thank you, everybody. Give him a number.
Being number one isn't easy.
Throw up a number 1 to that number 1, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you guys are here. I'm excited. I'm excited about the fact that we were all able to watch a movie today. No, not choppy, not stuttering. It did. You know, we had a troll that came in today and he scribbled over the TV. I had to get rid of him, and then it became choppy for me after that. But by and large, it was a smooth running high definition film on all of our devices. I like that. I like that. That's opened up I got my brain to thinking about other things that we can do. So I have a full professional Zoom subscription that's going to allow us to do that. So I'm glad that you guys, through your super chats, have allowed me to go ahead and pay for that. You guys bought the Zoom account for this channel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Please, everybody, subscribe to this channel. Please subscribe to the channel. Please like this video. We made it to 54 likes. Remember earlier I was like, man, we only had 7 likes. Then we got it up to 12. Now we're at 54. That's 54 different people that came in before I hit the end button. And those are the ones that decided to even give us a like. A lot of people didn't give us a like. Please, if you're here, can you spend a little bit of social digital currency? Go ahead and throw your boy a like. Share the video too. It's important that you share the video to your Facebook pages. I like Facebook pages because it's easy to share to Facebook. Sharing to Twitter is cool. Sharing to Instagram is a little bit more common. Facebook is easy as hell. You just hit share, Facebook, boom, done. And then you brought right back here. And then you brought right back here. Marvy hit us with a $2 super chat. What does Marvy say? She said, I'm so proud of this. She said, I'm so proud of you, of this. Thank you, Marvy. Thank you for the $2 blessing. Thank you for your blessing in supporting the channel, Marvelette. Your continued blessing that you always, Marvy's always hitting us with a super chat. Thank you so much, Marvelette. I appreciate you, love. I appreciate you, love. Everybody throw your ones up for
Being
Marvy.
number one isn't easy.
Throw your ones up for Marvy. I wish my camera would focus on my hand. There we go. Focus on my hand. There you go. Boom.
Being number one isn't easy.
Thank you so much, Marvelette. I appreciate you. Everybody, please join the army as well. You see that Dana joined the army today, and she joined at the highest level. She is a special forces soldier. Dana is a special forces soldier. She joined at the highest level. Listen, come in as a reservist. It's only $2.99 a month. It's $2.99 a month. Can you guys, it's cheaper than a Big Mac. It's cheaper than a Big Mac meal. Cheaper than a burger. $2.99 a month. And you will have access to watch the movies. You'll have access to Raw Wisdom. You'll have access to stuff. You can upgrade as you go if you like. So many people have upgraded, like Mr. Awesome, he upgraded. Princessa upgraded. I want you guys to join the army so you can have access to the additional content that I'm going to be providing for you guys. 2022 is going to be fantastic. I appreciate you all for being here. My name is Mr. Shannon Rawls. Thank you for reading along with us. And remember, reading is the way to expand your mind and your bank account. Tune in next time to Rich People Read. And you, my friends, are dismissed.
Yeah. Escucha. Mío en tu habitación, solo los 2 segundos que hay que detener. Porque si no siento tu voz o tu olor, te extraño y te quiero ver. Quiero ver. Tanto me falta. Todas esas noches tan soñadas. Que me levantes a mirada. Tú tienes pinta de indicada. Me haces falta, bebé. Dime qué tengo que hacer pa' tenerte de una vez, pa' no poderte perder. Dulce, eres mi bombón. Te quiero melocotón. Por ti corro un maratón. Solo de la dirección. Tú y yo, queriendo más amor. Pa' mí no es suficiente.
Kimberly
Yo
won.
quiero tu calor.
Shout out to Kimberly. She won the contest.
Con esa conexión.
Kim, you're the winner.
La gente no ha visto.
Kim, you won, baby.
No me falta. Todas esas noches tan soñadas. Que me levantes a mirada. Tú tienes pinta de indicada. Mira, somos perfectos. Es algo indiscutible. Mi estilo y tu estilo no están disponibles. Solo soy sensible cuando te tengo porque eres irresistible. Tus labios combinan con tus ojos. Porque eres tan pretty que hasta yo de eso miento. Chica, necesito mis anteojos. Quiero verte en noche hermosa de todos modos. Tú y yo, queriendo más amor. A mí no es suficiente. Yo quiero tu calor. Tú y yo, con esa conexión. Somos lo que la gente no ha visto de los dos. Tanto me falta. Todas esas noches tan soñadas. Que me levantes a mirada. Tú tienes pinta de indicada. Tanto me falta. Todas esas noches tan soñadas. Que me levantes a mirada. Tú tienes pinta de indicada.